The following story may feel familiar. It will likely not end happily. The people described will likely suffer in their desperation, but they will all be important before the end. Welcome back to the dark future.
We return to you tonight with updates around the developing story of NCPD Precinct Number 1. The final death toll as confirmed by Trauma Team and Crisis Medical Center is 52, with over 100 injured between the attack and the riots outside the precinct. Chief Harold Lejeune has made a statement regarding last week's attack stating, quote, "We are still investigating what exactly led to a total collapse of our defenses and are currently looking into what started the riot outside the building. At this time, we ask you all to keep the friends and families of those lost in the attack in your thoughts and prayers as we continue to investigate. As more updates around the situation come in, we will keep you all informed. Stay tuned."
Team, I can't personally thank you enough for what you've done. Finally, those who have been harmed and lost to this horrible conflict can find some measure of peace. I look forward to debriefing with you all at a night market that I am putting together at the end of the week. See you soon.
All right, there we go. Yeah, for some reason my mixer just decided to cut out on me. All right, hello everybody. Welcome back to another episode of Neon Inferno. I am Emmerron, and I am shocked that we are entering an episode here in which no one died last week, given the sheer magnitude of what was done. Everyone played it extremely smart, extremely, intelligently in terms of planning, in terms of execution. I think there was like one iffy roll like the entire op, which is well above the average in terms of performance. So this week we have everyone back. So we'll have Cody, Nyla, Connor, and Ghost all here joining us. So hello everybody. Welcome. But beyond the game tonight, I just have one kind of quick, two kind of quick announcements. One of them has nothing to do with me, and the other has a lot to do with me. So first and foremost, if you haven't yet heard somehow, because you're not plugged into the same channels of comms that I am for RTG, we got the announcement earlier today that the Cyberpunk Edgerunners mission kit has been sent to print, and we're getting an estimated release window of sometime mid to late June, which is really exciting. I can't wait to play it. I've been waiting to play this in its final released form since Gen Con, where I got a chance to actually try the beta rules that they had at the time, and obviously it's been about 9 months since then, I think, near exactly. So a lot could have changed, but I'm really excited to see what they've got in store for us. I am very excited to get some future timeline stuff for Red. So yeah, that is the thing that has nothing to do with me. Now for the thing that has a lot to do with me, we have spots in Start Playing for any of you who are looking for a Cyberpunk game, or you would like to join one that I am running in particular. I have a slot available on my Thursday games. Those happen at noon Pacific. I also have 4 slots as of this being live. So those of you on Twitch are getting this as accurate as possible. You on YouTube, it might have changed a little before you get to this, but as I'm saying this, there are 4 spots available on Friday evening at 6 p.m. Pacific. And if for some reason I can't get that one to fire at that time, there is a button on Start Playing that you can click on in order to suggest a different time to me. I would love to play some Cyberpunk with some of you. If you do not know about my Start Playing, those of you on Twitch, it's going to be in chat right now. Those of you on YouTube, it is down in the description of this and every other video on my channel. Feel free to go to my profile. It should show that the games are available there for you to get involved with if you so choose. Anything that I make off those games goes immediately back into supporting the channel and what I do here. So I so appreciate it when I do get people signing up, because it helps me do things. And lastly, before we get into the game tonight, I have one final little thing. This weekend, Gen Con, I believe it just went up yesterday actually, Gen Con has officially released their event schedule for 2024. If you are plugged into Artal's Discord, you will have seen the link. My Discord, I did repost it because I have been blessed with the unique honor, in my mind at least, it feels extremely unique to be able to put my name on a event at Gen Con under Artal's banner. I will be running a gig that I have written. There are about 4 or 5 of you, I believe, that played it during the boot camp in January, called Pay to Win. I am refining it. It is going to be a little different probably by the time we get to Gen Con. I'm in the midst of refining that right now. If you want to join me in playing that at Gen Con, if you will be there and you want to sign up, feel free to put that one in your wish lists and sign up for that in a few weeks when opening day hits. And hopefully I will see some of you at my table there, because I'm extremely excited to play it. But that's my announcements for the week. So without further ado, let me go ahead and hop us over to the game screen here, and we can dive into what we have started for the day. Alrighty, so let me see. Okay, yep, there's everyone's Fugi techs, including the gunny.
Please hold.
I mean, not wholly inappropriate, honestly.
No. There we go.
The gunny is always appropriate for all occasions.
Yeah, gunny jump scare.
Gunny jump scare. All right, so quick recap. Though I don't really know how much I really need to recap, considering how kind of standout last session was. The crew, quite simply, infiltrated and then promptly within an hour cratered NCPD Precinct Number 1 because they had an inside man, Reed Rook, and they had some very good disguises that they had acquired all the way back in episode 1 of the season, which were put to great effect. They also had all the IDs, SIGs, etc. as provided by Recluse to Peacock. So with all of that said, and a Dweller choked out, they promptly set C9 all over the place where it was appropriate. And as they flew away with a badass one-liner that you'll have to watch this episode to hear live, Rook pulled the trigger and cratered the entire precinct. So that is kind of where we start. In the aftermath of that, the morning after, as it were. So Rex has, let you know that he's getting a night market together. The time of this night market, or the date of it, I should say, is about 2 weeks out. So you will have 2 weeks of downtime here in order to arrange some things. So I leave that up to all of you to tell me kind of how you want to navigate that, what you want to do. I know there's some loose ends from last time that might want for cleaning up. And then there are some, perhaps some things you want to chase down in terms of gear, whatever. And there's also some debriefing we'll do as part of the downtime as well. So without further ado, because we're going to do Connor last, just because he is currently on his way home from work and is not quite in front of his computer yet. So to buy him some time, we are going to start with, I think we're going to start with Nyla.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so first day of my downtime, I'd like to go ahead and text Sparks really quick. And I'd like to ask him, hey, mind if I swing by later?
If you got Eddie's and you're looking to bring business, I got no reason to deny you, is the response.
Hey, I like it. All right, in that case, before I head over there, I'm going to go stop by the hospital.
Okay.
And I'm going to go check in on Paradox.
Yeah, so not really a hospital. He's still being held in Wakako's clinic. But yeah, meaning understood. So you enter the clinic, and Paradox is just kind of groggily coming to. And unlike the last time you saw him where he was totally out of his mind and, you know, you got the sense maybe not totally in touch with reality. He looks like weary and tired, but not out of it anymore. He looks like he kind of understands what's going on. And Wakako is kind of ministering both to him and to Sugar Bomb as you enter the clinic. And Wakako kind of looks up at you and just says, "Oh, good. I was about to let you know that your friends have woken up."
Good. And by the way, and I'm going to pull out the 6 gun, and I'm going to say, saving this for a special occasion later on.
So you're just flashing. You're flashing it to her. You're not because you bought that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just flashing it to her, saying I didn't need it.
And she kind of grins and she tucks away a box containing what you know is probably an air hypo of the rapid detox. Says, "Then I'm keeping this for a rainy day later as well." And you can see your name very clearly written in marker on the side of the box.
And after that, I'm going to go over by Paradox. I'm going to say, "Morning, sunshine. How'd you sleep?"
"Well, my head feels like it got run over by a fucking mega hauler, but I've been worse."
Nice. Well, so I just came to tell you some things happened while you were asleep. And is there a TV in here in the clinic?
There is not one. Probably to keep distraction down for Wakako. You're probably thinking because it's a small clinic. It's like maybe 3 beds.
Fair.
But
right.
I mean, you could probably pull whatever news you want to WNS or N54 up on your agent. Really, really easy.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that and show him a video of the news covering precinct number 1.
Okay, and so as you flip this open and turn the screen toward him, or even because your agent does possess a small holoprojector, so you might even do that. But as he sees the images unfolding off of your agent, he goes from that kind of like, you could see he's like maybe a little sore and groggy to being wide awake within just a few minutes of kind of comprehending what exactly he's seeing. And he said, "What about the FBCs? What happened?"
I'm sure Electo is taking care of it right now. It sounds like she wanted to do that, but the point is that precinct number 1, for all intents and purposes right now, is taken care of.
Holy shit. All right, so the real question, I mean, whose ass do I gotta kiss that set y'all up for this one? Because I know it couldn't have been me in my state.
Oh, Sunshine, you're looking at him. Well, me and some help, I guess.
He says, who supplied you with the explosives?
Oh, Rex Royale.
Shit. All right. Well, I'm sure he's gonna have some mighty condescending words for me later, but
Right now, I think he's thanking the heavens that, everything's just better.
yeah, I can imagine. That boy that died a few weeks ago, he was particularly close with.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I got my vengeance. And I hope he rests in peace.
He got his. I can say that confidently. And as he says this, you see the roof just kind of collapse inward on the image. And he just says, shit. You guys did not spare any expense. That is something beautiful.
No, we did not. Now listen, I really would love to say that I came by just for a social call to give you the good news. And I did. But there's an ulterior motive, as there is with everything.
And he just kind of nods, says, yeah, I've been out for... What's the... You show me the date?
Day is... And I'm going to check...
Yeah.
And I'm going to show him the agent.
Yeah, and I do not have a calendar. We haven't at any point in the past for this game. But he recognized he's been out of commission for probably about a week at this point. And he just says, well, shit. Yeah, I didn't pay you guys for that last gig.
No, you did not. And
right.
is there any chance, since we did this extra special little errand, you can throw in a little something extra down the line? Maybe even?
Depends what we're talking.
It doesn't have to be ads. I'm looking for something.
What is it?
Cyberware. Preem cyberware.
Okay, what kind of preem cyberware? We not talking something I gotta go dig out of some dark, crusty corner of a fucking corpo facility.
Well, how would I describe to him like cyberware? Like well, I'm looking for a cyber arm and some cyber eyes. So
okay.
But I wanted. Is there a way I could get cyberware from him that's tech upgraded?
Potentially. What? So above the table, what exactly are you trying to request from him?
Cyber eyes and or cyber arms that have reduced humanity loss.
That have reduced humanity loss. I thought. Let me double check here. Because in order to reduce humanity loss, the initial loss needs to be 2d6 or greater.
Correct, but both cyber eyes and cyber arms have 2d6.
I guess I always think cyber eyes should be less than that. But yeah, no, if cyber arms, I know 2d6. Cyber eyes, yeah, they're the same shit. Okay.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, no, I mean 2d6 isn't that bad. So he just kind of, so as you kind of explain, like, this is what I want, and I need them tech upgraded. He says, well, I mean, I could find you the eyes. That's pretty easy, and the arm too, probably. But the tech, I mean the whole suite of techs that were working on your project, they still working on the FBCs. They probably need some extra time, but Rex got a guy. He sends me the bill. I'll foot it.
Awesome. Perfect. Yeah, Sparks. I know him. Met him. We have a rapport.
I know the name. Never met the guy, but everything I heard about him is good work.
It's good work, bad personality. But, well...
Yeah, ornery son of a bitch, but techs are all a little weird in their own way.
That's true. Yeah, if you can secure that for me, then we will be doing good work from here on out. Let me tell you.
Beautiful. All right. Well, yeah, I mean, I can set that up. And with that, he says, ma'am, may I have any kind of gears, things that I came in with? And Wakako produces a plastic bag loaded with, his possessions, his agent among them. And he pulls it out and he says, you and your partner's accounts should be looking a little bit thicker in just a moment. And then as he enters in some information to the agent, you get a little notification on your agent, as does the rest of the crew, that each of you has received 2,000 eddies from Paradox.
Does that include Rook?
It's and he notices the account bounce for Blue, and he says, Blue hasn't got a new number, has he?
Oh. Do you not? Oh.
And it's in that moment you kind of realize he hasn't been fully whole and conscious since Blue was alive the last time this guy had his head about him.
I want to break the news to him. Paradox, Blue is, he didn't make it.
Shit. Well, I gotta say, I did not expect that kid to die with anything short of glory. So, if I may impose on you, how did it happen?
And, he sees, like, from Peacock's point of view, the image, the scenery from the cameras kind of flashes before his eyes. And, just gonna say, he died like a cyberpunk.
I mean, as long as he didn't die with some kind of fucking air hypo in his arm, then he did all right. He'll be missed. In that case, then I got something I'm gonna do for him with his share. So Rook, you won't get this 2,000, but Paradox has something in mind, and we'll get to that when the time comes. But for the rest of you, so for Celsius and Celsius, Peacock, and Matchlight, all of you receive 2,000 eddies as part of payment for the gig.
Excellent. And Wakako, honey.
Mm-hmm.
You got any speed heal on hand?
Wouldn't be much of a med tech if I did. And she goes into her cabinet, pulls out a syringe. She says, I know you got the eds because he just gave him to you. She pops the cap off of the air hypo.
And I flick her the 100. It's 100 eds?
It's 100 eds for it. Yep.
Beautiful. Thank you, darling.
And as soon as she sees the eddies come in, you just feel that sharp sting of the air hypo hit your arm. Body plus will back to your health.
Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Alrighty. Perfect. So now that that's done, I'm assuming it's going to take about a week-ish to get the cyberware, or for Paradox to get the cyberware.
As soon as you kind of are talking to Wakako, and you've got that dose done, Paradox says, I'll get you the chrome you need. It might take me a couple days. I'll message you when it's in.
Cream. Thanks, Jim.
Yep. And you notice Sugar Bomb kind of waking up alongside him here as well. Like in one of the adjacent beds. And she's kind of coming to, she says, I know that voice. Jesus. Why does my head pound?
Jesus ain't here.
Yeah, no, he hasn't been in this city in a long fucking time. But why does my head hurt? I don't remember drinking. I don't remember lace.
All right, Wakako, this is your alley. I did what I came here to do.
And Wakako's kind of sighs. Just says, all right. And, yeah, and behind you hear Sugar say, who the fuck are you? And the hiss of an air hypo, that hurt! As you're walking out the door.
Oh, Sugar. All right. Cool. And so I'm still meeting with Sparks today. So I'm gonna go head over to him. And walk in the shop. I'm assuming he's working on some shit.
Well, he actually, you hear him on call on his agent. And he just says, eyes, limbs, shit. Who the fuck's getting all this Oh, the wirehead. And he hears the door open as he sees you walk in. Yeah, he just got here. Well, shit, your timing couldn't have been better. Yeah, I can work on
little
it.
jazz hands.
I'll get him what he needs. And then, yeah, he disconnects the call. All right. Well, you got Ed's. It sounds like you want to really chrome the fuck up. So, what exactly we doing today?
All right. Well, no cyberware for now. That's for Paradox to get shipped in. For right now, though, I have something else that you might wanna, that I want you to get going for me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna ask him, you got any of those speed programs? The Speedy Gonzalez's? I know the ones.
Should have a couple of them lying around in the boxes somewhere on the walls. Let me take a look here. And what follows is a few minutes of him just grabbing random crates and boxes off shelves and kind of rifling through them for a moment before the first couple just saying, well, shit, that's not it. Or, damn it, yep, not that one either. And on like the fourth or fifth, you kind of lose track as he's kind of rifling through different things. He pulls out a box of, yeah, there they are. And he lays a few chips down on the counter. He says, I got a couple of them. How many are you looking to get?
Just one. But see, here's the thing. I've seen the source code. It's dog shit, frankly. And I think we could do better. I think we can make it more efficient. What do you think?
And he kind of like takes this little piece of like circuit board and kind of tumbles it in his hand a couple times, kind of looking it over. And at a point, you could tell his first reaction was to say, I mean, you know, like you could tell he's about to just say something to demean a wirehead because he called you that on your way in. And then he kind of, he takes a second as he opens his mouth to say something, and he has his tech gogs on and he starts zeroing in the magnification on one of the lenses. He looks over, he says, you might be right. We might be able to do something with this. What you looking to have done?
I need an above table. I'm looking to have it upgraded from a +2 to a +3.
To a +3, okay. Yeah, and he says, I mean, you're buying it and upgrading it. Perfect.
200?
Cards just fell all over the place out of nowhere on my side, too. That was beautiful. Let me, real quick, I'm going to just double check. There we go. Speed. speedy. Let me see.
Speed.
Okay, so normally they cost 100. So he would charge you 300 for the tech upgraded version.
300? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I just realized that in the midst of all this was my ELO deck. I am now depressed. Oh God.
You fool.
I was a foolish man driven by hubris.
Alright.
This is not great. I do not claim to be a smart man. I just make content online. 52 pickup is content, right, guys?
Don't listen to his don't listen to him, Chad. I saw that net arch.
I mean,
Pure mastermind when he wants to harm players.
I mean, you're not wrong about that.
All right, I took out the 300 from me. My
From your wallet.
Yeah. Sorry, I forgot the word for wallet for a second.
No, you're totally good. All right. There we go. All right. Cool. I got those picked up at least.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, that should be all of them. Okay, good. Yeah. So he says it'll take me a day, but by then I think we'll probably have the Chroman start working on it. So I'll leave it up to you whether you want to pick it up when you get all your Chrome or.
For sure. No, sounds good. I'll come in. I'll come in when I get the Chrome.
Beautiful. All right. Well, till then.
And, Oh, sorry.
No. If you had some more, I'm down to have you spend even more eddies. By all means.
I think for now I'm good. But thank you.
Okay. I'll get this taken care of then. And he immediately kind of like keeps that zeroed in tech GOG as he starts taking the chip down and starting to resolder several different elements of the board.
Yeah.
So yeah, with that, what else are we looking to do?
So I have not spent. I just went to go spend these eds today.
Mm-hmm.
I still have the rest of my day.
Mm-hmm.
I have the rest of this week until the night market, right?
You have 2 weeks.
2 weeks until the night market. Okay, so
Yep.
I'm gonna spend the first full week doing a hustle.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a d6.
Oh wait, I almost did /roll d6 in your Twitch chat. I'm so smart.
It's all good. A 5. Okay, and let me reveal this for everybody. All right, so we rolled a 5. Let me just check real quick what that looks like in terms of a hustle for a netrunner. 5, and you are a rank 6 netrunner, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So a 5. Well, shit. So this is fun. In the week, and I'm going to let you kind of detail how you want to navigate this narratively, but the entry on the table says you brought down a major system with ransomware and got paid off to uninstall it.
All right. I have an idea for this.
Spill, what do you got?
All right. So Peacock, being for a long time in the Netrunner weeds, finds himself in a position in which, he's playing with the big boys, So he's gonna go for a little trip on over to Short Circuit.
Okay, sure.
And there, he gets in, and he's and you can decide how this would go because I don't know much about Short Circuit internally, and especially in your world.
I know quite a lot. It's one of my favorite bars, so please go right ahead.
So I'm assuming, he's talking to maybe the bartender, or maybe he caught up with some netrunners there and somehow, some way he learns about this system of a corpo who got some nasty wear in his systems. It was threatening to, delete all of his important files And Peacock knows his way around corpo systems, and he could probably take care of it, honestly. So when he did this job for this exec and got paid handsomely for it.
Beautiful. So the one thing, and we can leave it at that if you want to. I just want to make sure you understand what the table meant. I think the table assumes you were the one who installed the ransomware.
Oh.
So it's you installed it, and then it's like, please send Bitcoin to this address, and they sent you the Bitcoin. That's kind of the idea here.
I read it as, okay, you said I installed the ransomware, so it was like, I installed, the malware, and then the exec's like, oh no, how do I get rid of this? I need to hire a netrunner, and then I conveniently come in.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. Well, or you just, you mask your identity and just, happen to be there to, take care of it one way or the other. Either way, because the whole idea of ransomware is, your files are now encrypted, asshole. Get fucked. By the way, pay me, 3 Bitcoin, or else your files are going to get deleted. And then just like, well, shit, I guess I got to shelter out 3 Bitcoin now.
Oh, yeah.
And so replace Bitcoin with eddies, and basically you got what you got right now.
So he heard about some exec who had like a seemingly like really good system, and so he just installed some ransomware.
Just for the lulz. Yeah. No, so this is how this is going to work, okay? So the awareness side of this thing, it wasn't so much for the lulz, it was, you wanted to explore the wider city. It's been a while since you've been outside of the combat zones. And Short Circuit is on the north end of the University District, neighboring Little Europe. It's kind of actually in a nice part of town. And so, as you enter, you overhear a couple of people talking with a man behind the bar, who you, through listening in, kind of learn is named Brain. Now, Brain has a bit of a problem. Brain had a corpo come after him, and he thinks that this corpo has some dirt on him, and by extension the bar, and most importantly his husband, Three Piece, who is a pretty well-known fixer in this part of the city. Even you probably have heard of Three Piece through the Piranhas before, because he's not exactly on bad terms with you, And Brain essentially posts it up because it's a tech bar. They've got big LED screens around things, posting jobs and things like that. So Brain makes a post that you accept pretty much near as soon as it goes up, to find this corpo and lock out the files, delete them, and you can do whatever you want with the rest. In exchange, he'll pay a couple hundred eddies to the netrunner capable of doing that. You take the gig, you deal with it, and not only do you have 300 eddies from Brain at the other end of the week, but you have his gratitude. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. Hello, everyone. Welcome, Raiders. I was in the middle of my sentence, Bishy, when you came in. So, Bishy, thank you so much for the raid. And Goth Gamer Goblin, thank you for your raid, too. Hello, everybody. My name is Emmerron. I am a tabletop RPG streamer. This is Neon Inferno. This is our weekly game. You're joining at a good point because we just had a massive gig last time. And today is going to be a little more of a picking up, figuring out where we want to go kind of situation. So welcome in, everybody. I hope you all enjoy your time here. Bishy and Goblin, if you two need to do some after stream stuff, get water, stretch, etc., by all means go do that. But welcome in, everybody.
Also, really quick, if we could retcon something with the cyberware.
Totally.
Because I forgot we needed to also get. Could I also get the cyberdeck upgrade as well for the cyberarm?
Oh, like the mechanism to actually implant it, you mean?
Yeah. Is that okay?
Right. Yeah, we could do that, honestly, because I think it's what? How many eddies is it?
I want to say it's actually pretty expensive. It's like 500, I'm pretty sure. But
500. I mean, that's something you could probably. Paradox could probably locate it and have it delivered. He'll probably just ask you pay out of pocket for that part of it, because he's already covering the other stuff.
Yeah, and that's cool. That's chill.
Awesome. Okay, and thank you. I will call you Franny from now on, Goblin. I'll just try to remember. I apologize, as my memory's not the greatest. So in advance, I'm apologizing to you for if I get it wrong. You'll know why. But I'm glad to hear that you guys had fun with your Cyberpunk Red session. It's a great game. I kind of like it a lot. Been doing this for a long time now, as some of the players in this group will attest. They've been with me since the beginning. So
He likes it a normal amount.
Okay, beautiful. Yeah, I like it normal. Yeah, that's a word. Normal amount. But with that said, so yeah, if it's 500, because you're just talking the normal, like to install in a cyber arm, right?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Okay. Yeah. So if we're just doing that, then yeah, you'll be able to have that delivered. And about the end of the week when you got this gig done is about the time that both Paradox and Sparks let you know that your Chrome is in.
Awesome. And is it already upgraded or not?
So by the time he's messaging you, yeah, he's had a chance to work it over and get it upgraded with the help of some other techs, essentially.
Beautiful.
Yeah, because in reality, it's only going to take him a day for the eye, a day for your program, and then a week, I believe, for the arm. So
yeah,
he's able to cut a little of that time off. He's got facilities and stuff, or
it's
tech and stuff
a day
he can use.
Day for both eyes?
Yeah, well, it's a day for each normally, but yeah, he's able to cut it down. He's able to cut times in half because he has a Zeta tech.
Oh, beautiful. Awesome. Cool. Well, I can go and in the future, if I wanted to tech upgrade an installation to the foundational cyberware, I can do that separately and then go have it installed, right?
Tech upgrade and installation. So you mean like what? Like an add-on?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could tech upgrade and add-on separate from the Chrome itself.
Okay, cool. I'm just double checking that's the case.
Yeah.
I don't know this game very well.
Because no, you're good. If you think about it like, you can kind of think about it this way from 2077 to a certain extent. But like each thing you put in is kind of a slot along your arm. So each of those is its own module and can be upgraded independently before it's put in.
Perfect. Awesome. Yeah. Cool.
Yep.
Yeah, and then I'm debating if I want to get the Cybertech upgraded. I don't know what I'd get it upgraded with. But for right now, I will. So after my hustle, I want to. Oh, I need to go get the CyberArm and CyberEyes installed at a hospital. Do I know of any hospitals?
Wakako's clinic is outfitted to work like one.
Okay, cool. So I can go get it installed there.
Yeah.
Sick. Awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna go pick up my Chrome. And I'm gonna text Wakako, say, hey, listen, can you set some time aside today? Are you free all day?
Are you free all day? Sometimes, actually, I need the whole day. She says, I should be able to keep like my caseload from growing. Why? What are we talking about?
I'm looking to chip the fuck in.
Okay, what exactly are we chipping in?
A limb, both my eyes.
So major surgery. Got it. Yeah. Give me a moment. And after a few minutes of just being held on a hold, she says, "Okay, yeah, I think we can make that'll happen in under 4 hours. So yeah, should be able to fit you in tomorrow.
Cool. Awesome. And then yeah, so what I'm gonna do today then is, because I also have the cyber deck upgrade, right?
It's part of the arm that you've received. Yeah, it's gonna have.
Oh,
that.
it's just gonna have it. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Because they can pre-install stuff, and you'll just take the humanity loss when the arm is installed. But
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna real quick go to Black Chrome, because there's one thing I saw that's, well, I guess I wouldn't know if it's at Rex's Market or not. But I mean, I'm impatient, so. Where is you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, there we go. Integrated cyber deck upgrade. Wow, that is another 500.
And don't forget the surgical cost for all of this, because it's not cheap.
How much is the surgical cost again?
I mean, if you're getting it all installed at once, typically, well, typically it doesn't cost anything for found cyberware, as long as you've gotten it through a fixer. So technically, all this would be it wouldn't cost more for it.
Okay.
If you find cyberware, though, it's based on the hospital, clinic, whatever level kind of installation it is.
Yeah, so I can probably assume that Paradox paid it off already. So
Yeah.
Wakako has gotten the heads.
Yeah, or he will as soon as she's done with the work and sends him the bill.
Yeah, she has an IOU.
Yeah.
Essentially. Oh, since you know what? Since they are only 100, I'm so sorry to take up so much time, by the way. I can probably get virtuality pretty easy though, right? Because they're only 100.
Oh yeah, you know where to source that. Like Sparks probably has some of that.
Yeah, so I'll probably pick a couple of those up too while
Cool.
I'm there.
And
then,
not have those tech upgraded, just have them as they are.
Yeah, I mean it's only a D6 halved, and I don't even know what I'd tech upgrade them with.
Fair.
Yeah. So yeah, right now it's like the cyber arm, the cyber deck, and the virtuality and the cyber eyes. So that's everything I'm getting.
Beautiful. And the virtuality, yeah, so if it's 100 per, and they have to be paired. So
Yep. So it would be 500 for the cyber deck, because I don't think I've taken that away yet, and then the 200 for the rest. So hang on, 300 from the hustle, not the gustle, the hustle. And then cyberware is 700 for everything. Oh.
did you add?
Yeah, I added the hustle stuff as
Okay.
well.
And then it reduced
yeah.
it. I see. Okay. I saw your number go up and then go back down. I was like, what the heck is going on? All right.
Yeah, from the hustle.
Beautiful. All right. So I am just finishing giving you the tech up cyber eyes. So you had 2 tech up cyber eyes, 2 virtuality, and then the cyber arm. Let me cyber deck, hardwired, cyberware, and then I just need to double check something here. Oh, allows to be installed cyber deck. Yeah, so this will just let you add a cyber deck to it after we've installed it. And then the cyber deck upgrade you had bought was that wasn't tech upgraded, right?
No, not yet.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm not getting that installed right now. I'm just gonna have it.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Tech up. Beautiful. So So that means when you do get that cyberdeck installed later, you will have to pay the surgical cost, just so you're aware.
That's okay.
Okay.
I'm cool with that.
Cool. So a cyber arm, 2 cyber eyes, virtuality, and a hardwired cyber deck. That was everything, right?
Yep.
Beautiful. All right. So that's all arrived. So you are gonna get the arm and the eyes and the virtuality all installed right now.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Everything but the integrated cyber deck upgrade.
Beautiful. They're all in your gear under the cyberware section. Let's see you roll some humanity loss for me, bud.
Oh boy.
My favorite part. You have to install the foundationals first. And then for the cyber eyes, just make sure that when you install the second virtuality, you're selecting the drop down to pick the second cyber eye.
For sure.
K5. Still less than it would have been. Still less than it would have been.
It's true.
Because arms are average 7 typically. Okay.
And then
Okay. Not terrible. That's roughly average for those.
pick up cyber arm. Beautiful.
Oh, that was the cyber
Incredible.
deck. That was the cyber deck hardwired.
Yeah, that was the cyber deck upgrade, or cyber deck for the cyber arm, like to have it. Be in there, right?
you meant the integrated upgrade thingamabob. I have not added that to your sheet. Got you. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not installing that yet though.
Yeah. Okay. I misunderstood. I thought you meant that the hardwired cyber deck was not getting installed, but that okay. I get you.
No.
We
Yeah.
good. All right. Now virtuality. Okay.
Then I need to do the second one. And a 1. Okay, that's average. That's cool.
Beautiful. Now, and you said those virtualities should have been 1d6 divided by 2, right?
They are, yeah, that's what they 1d6 divided by 2.
Oh, and it rolled d3s. I get you. No, we're good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, which is effectively the same. Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Okie dokie. So yeah.
And then I will. How do I put in my cyber deck into my arm?
It should be under your cyber. Let me see here. Hardwire option slots.
Install into another item,
Yep.
and then confirm. And then I also have the tech upgraded Speedy as well. From
Yep. So you should be able to modify your cyber deck programs to allow for that. But yeah, that's right. Let me add it.
Yep. No
Speed
worries. And
Gonzalez.
I just do that before I slot it in.
Yeah, and I'm gonna
Just-
tech up, and then this is gonna it doesn't have an attack or a defense, so we're just going to say this is a plus rich text. There we go. Plus not 32, 3. Save that. Plus 3 to speed while rest. All right, there you go.
Beautiful. And so what I'm gonna do now, is
I need to actually double check. Is that under the? Yes, there it is. I was like, I know this has some degree of native thing. Yeah, there we go. All right.
So
I
here's
have done that.
here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go into my situational effects, and I'm gonna change overclock speed boost. Because now, since it doubles, I now get a 3.
Oh, hold up. I see what I did. You swapped them out already, didn't you?
What?
Between the
I did,
regular and the okay. I realized.
Yeah. Is that okay?
It is. I just need to double check. There's something I didn't do right, and it'll just take me a moment. where I'm just temporarily uninstalling the booster.
Okay. No worries, no worries.
Assuming that it'll let me. How the fuck do I do that?
Should just let you.
You would think. Wouldn't that make sense?
I could uninstall it for you if you wanted me to.
If you would, just uninstall that one. So that it lands back in your gear here.
Oh, I see what happened. Yeah.
Yeah, because I just need to tweak the net run speed effect to reflect that +3 so that the system captures that. There we go. Now you can reinstall it.
I got a little too excited.
Yeah, and then the overclock speed effect is +3, and then I will also modify the rich text on here just to reflect that.
Yep.
And save that. There we go.
Oh, it feels good having one installation of Speedy and it effectively being 3. Oh, delicious. Cool. All right. Awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so
your humanity barely got burned. I'm kind of impressed, honestly.
Don't worry. I still have the integrated cyberdeck upgrade, which I'm not going to reduce the humanity of.
The night is young is what I'm hearing. Okay, beautiful. All right.
And I'll take that, and I want to take it to Sparks, and I'm going to say, basically, I need this to have another slot.
Need this to have another slot, okay, and then that thing.
It will take a week, probably.
Is it it's 500, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. It'll actually only take him like 3 days to get it done with the tech he has on hand. So he'll have it ready for you just before the night market.
Beautiful. Does that mean I can get upgraded or installed before the night market?
Yeah, that'd probably be it'll take another day out of your downtime, but
I'll do that.
Yeah, let me integrated cyberdeck upgrade option slots. 1, because normally this adds another slot.
I'm trying to speed this up because I feel like this is taking up a lot of time, but a lot of shopping.
It's all good. Let me see installed items. Okay, yeah, and then that can install programs or hardware, option slot size, and I'm just going to denote that this is a tech up. I did expect tonight to be a little more downtime heavy, just because that is the 2-week thing. So it is all good if we're eating some time. But yeah.
Yes. So if he has more time for that, that means he has time to upgrade programs. He
probably has enough for like 1 more.
That's cool.
Yeah, and he would have charged you 500 for the upgrade on the tech up, just so you're aware of that as well.
For sure. 500 tech up. Cyberdeck upgrade. I wanted him to upgrade. I need to take a look at tech really quick because I need to make sure if this is a legal upgrade. Because I wanted to see if I could make it so that I could use a program twice during a turn.
That's a novel upgrade, so that actually has to be invented.
That has to be invented. Okay.
That will take extra time.
Okay, that's fine. I will not do that then.
Okay.
What I will instead do is I will instead have because let me actually say something. Let's see, programs. programs.
While you look through some of that, because I know you have some time
Sure.
here left over, do you mind if I move to someone else while you look through that?
Go for it. Yeah,
Okay.
100%.
Beautiful. Cody, you probably have a little more time just because you would have spent part of, because you weren't there for the police hit. So you would have had like 4 additional days on top of things.
You know, when you were making the intro, I really wanted to say, hey, it's almost like I wasn't there. I don't even remember that gig, but yeah.
Yeah. No, well, you weren't there for the police, but you were there for the hit on Biotechnica. And that is what Paradox is paying you for. So
Yeah.
So yeah, for your part, I had assumed that at least part of your time was spent kind of helping with the reconstruction, helping to distribute aid from the Kabuki Hotel and Casino, which kind of served as a de facto sort of aid center for the other displaced people. But yeah, that's kind of what I'd assumed you were doing with some of that time while you were away, because you took a certain personal responsibility of that.
Yeah, I might have too empathy, but the only people I can empathize with are people that I can relate to, and that's pretty much the kids and the people I've lived with and the people I run with, and that's it.
Fair. Right. I mean, it makes sense. So.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, though, while I was helping, Pan and everybody else from the hotel run supplies, I probably would have poked Pan and said, hey, any chance you're open here soon for that therapy session we talked about?
Yeah, I mean, once the zone kind of returns to, because are you kind of letting her know this after the news has come out that the NCPD has kind of gotten cratered, or would this be before?
It'd be probably during the aid while they're doing that kind of stuff.
While they're doing it, she says, I mean, once everyone's taken care of, I mean, we could probably schedule some time to do that.
Cool. Yeah, no, need to clean the brain up a little bit. A little dusty.
Yeah. No, completely understand. It's been hard on everybody, so I have a feeling you're not going to be the only one looking for those services on the other end of this.
But yeah, as far as that goes, I'd probably just continue doing that work for that amount of necessary.
Beautiful. So we will, I'm going to have you roll on the solo hustle table for the chunk of time you spend kind of doing that. Regardless of what the result says on the table, I'm mainly just looking at for the payout, because there are going to be some donations and things like that come your way, probably from some of the better off members of the zone for kind of helping out with this, because there is like a loose kind of coalition of people that do have a little bit of money that are willing to help.
Cool, and that's just a D6?
Yeah, roll me D6. A 1. Okay. Let me take a look here. I'm just going back to that table. So 1, and you're rank 5 solo?
Let me double check really quick. I did not know that if another player types in chat, it zooms in onto the player.
I didn't know either.
Yeah.
I am. Where is my roll? Hello?
Lower left tab.
Yes, rank 5.
Rank 5. Okay, beautiful. So yeah, and this kind of makes sense. Even the table says it would be bodyguard work for a low-end client. And I mean, some of what you're doing is making sure the goods get to where they need to go, even through some of the rougher parts of an already rough zone. So yeah, you are paid accordingly by some of the people that, whether the people you help are giving you a couple eddies here or there, or Pan or some of these other organizers out of Kabuki are doing, the paying. You amass over the course of about a week kind of helping with things here, about 200 eddies worth of kind of donations and goodwill gestures.
Cool. All right.
Am I good to roll the humanity loss?
For the cyber deck upgrade, I mean, we already did that, I believe. That's the cyber deck hardwired.
Oh. No, the integrated cyber deck upgrade. The one I got
Oh well, because you had said at the time that you weren't doing the integrated cyberdeck upgrade. You weren't installing that yet. So
I was just waiting to have that tech upgraded. That was the only thing.
I get you.
Yeah.
Then because that's clinic level, so I believe the surgery cost for that is 500 since you're doing it after the fact.
It's perfectly fine.
Yeah, so deduct 500 for the surgical cost, and then roll the HL. Let's see it.
Yes. Yeah. Cyber tech upgraded cyberarm does not have enough slots. What?
Let's see.
Wait, what?
3 out of 4 optional slots, and then you know what? Hold up, I know what I did. I did something wrong. I apologize. This is
You're good.
I made the mistake of adjusting the wrong thing. So yeah.
I'm sorry to distract from.
No, you're totally fine. Go ahead and roll it.
Okay.
It should work now.
I want you to be prepared for when you hit 0 humanity, so you're good.
7.
Hey.
Okay. Dead average. All right.
Dead average.
Beautiful, and you're still floating above cyberpsychosis territory. You love to see it.
Heck yeah.
So
Okay.
that's going to add 2 additional slots onto the cyber deck that's attached to your arm. So if you want to modify that to add it, or maybe can I? No, you might have to remove it from the arm technically.
Yeah, I can take care of that, I think.
Yeah, remove it and then just add 2 more upgrade slots to it.
Yep.
Because those can accept anything. So, all right, beautiful. So yeah, Cody. Again, sorry about that interruption. What further are we going to be doing?
It's all good. So I'm guessing by the time we're done with that'd be when the news would be dropping about the police building being leveled.
Yes. Yeah, it takes the night it happens, you hear off in the distance some ways, and you almost mistake it for gunshots because those are not at all uncommon. But you hear the cracking of what you later learn were the C9 charges, and then the imminent collapse of that building. And it rolls out over the next day or so as you're kind of wrapping that bit of work up over the like last day or two of doing that this has happened.
So I'd probably message Peacock and be like, what the hell was that noise across town?
And I'm gonna flick him the headlines and say, Rook, Match, and I stormed the NCPD to get them to stop what they were doing.
Oh shit, that was already this week. Oh, god damn it. I got a little caught up.
All good.
Everybody okay?
Yeah, actually.
Wow, all right.
Yeah, above table, I think the only one legit who took a scratch in that whole encounter was Peacock, I believe.
Oh shit, I guess you don't need me then. You guys can run without me. Shoot.
Oh, it could have gone bad. It could have gone bad real quick. We got lucky.
Okay then. But yeah, let me know when Paradox is awake and we have more work, because damn, I'm running low on heads.
And it's about that time you see the $2,000 float in from Paradox for the gig that you had done. And he sends a message out to the 2 of you who were there that aren't Peacock. And just says, for better or worse, I'm alive, Chooms.
I'm just gonna send a message back to Paradox and say about fucking time, old man. Glad you're okay.
But yeah, so he is alive. He is well, and you've been paid.
Cool. And I'll just shoot one more message to Peacock and go, okay, cool. Well, Eds are on an issue, so let me know when you need some help. Then I'll just go back to doing what I'm doing.
Beautiful.
Sounds good, Shane. Real quick, I get an upgrade to my slots from the Cyberdeck integration to the Cyber Arm, and then another 2 from the upgrade to that, right?
So I believe you get 1 from the hardwire, and then you get 2 from the integration because it normally provides an extra one, and you upgrade it to have an extra socket.
So I would have 12 slots in my Cyberdeck.
Yes,
Okay.
that can accept their Omni slots. They can accept programs or hardware.
Perfect. Yeah. Just double checking. Checking. All right. And then I will mess with the programs because I have that anti-personnel cyberdeck. So I will just mess around with that.
Fiddle around. Yeah, you got all the time in the world to spend. So, Cody, at the point that you kind of get this, your work for the kind of restoration effort is kind of slowed down to the point that you could probably go get that therapy. So are you just going to seek that just as soon basically as you can?
Oh yeah, no, I was going to ask, what were the options again for therapy? I know it's been a while since we've discussed it.
Oh, totally, yeah. So 500 gives you light therapy, which is 2d6 humanity gain. And then the extreme version would be 46, and it costs 1,000.
Okay, I'll do the extreme, and that takes an entire week, correct?
Yes, yeah, it's a week of downtime.
I like it.
So deduct it, and then just roll me 46 and regain that much humanity.
Oh, baby.
That's not bad. Yeah, 16, that's above average. Fuck yeah. Good shit. Good shit.
And that puts me back 16... 41. Ooh.
That puts you back to feeling almost kind of like, between the fact that the NCPD, is not going to be knocking on the zone any longer, and you've really done all you can and more for your neighbors and your community. Suddenly you have hope, and you've kind of forgotten what that's like. Being as long as it's been since like the zone has kind of been in this locked down, oppressed state, like you genuinely feel hopeful again for the first time in probably what feels like an eternity.
I mean, that's pretty good. I'll take it. The brain's a little bit less dusty, and that's all I really wanted.
Yeah, no, you're feeling better about things.
Cool.
So that's gonna eat about right now we're at about a week and a half worth of time out of that out of the 2 weeks I've given everybody. So you've got about, we'll call it 4 days remaining at the end of your week of kind of therapy going back and forth. So with the last 4 days, what do you want to do?
You know what? I'm actually gonna probably go visit Paradox.
Mm-hmm.
Just to see how he's doing in general.
Yeah.
And low-key ask him to pull a favor for me, even though I know he's just still not doing too hot.
Sure. I mean, by about a week and a half from, it's been probably about a week actually since you got your payment from him when you go to do this. With that in mind, he's actually kind of back to normal, more or less. The church was the target of a couple of the gas rounds, so it is needing some repairs. It's not doing, the best structurally, but he's taken to kind of working out of there as best he can for the time being. And so you can find him back there, kind of same as he always was.
Yeah, I'll go check in on him really quick and see if I can bug him.
Cool. So yeah, you walk in and he is kind of sitting there, his mask firmly planted on his face, and he just says, "Celsius, what can I do for you?"
Not much. How's the church holding up?
Well, she's seen better days. Hopefully she'll see better ones in the future. We already got the techs kind of diverting from the FBC project now that that's no longer really a pressing concern, and we're gonna see if we can patch the holes up.
Cool. Hey, well, when I said not much, I sort of lied. I'm guessing you heard about Blue.
Yeah, Peacock told me. It was a
He's-
brave kid.
Yeah, no, that I still got to clean out his container, but I've been a little bit down. I'm feeling a little better, but I don't know if I'll be able to do that alone. But hey, could have went a little bit different. I had some grenades, when we did that mission, but unfortunately didn't really have a whole lot of time or eds to get them. You know anywhere you can grab me some shuriken tornado grenades?
I got a couple contacts south of here. I think Molly and her crew were the ones brewing them up. So yeah, I could probably get something from someone.
Cool. In the meantime, you need any help around here? I don't expect payment, but I'll pay you for the grenades. But shit, I got nothing else better to do.
Go ahead, because he'll probably just tell you, if you're willing to pitch in and help, I'm sure the techs can show you which holes to swing a hammer at, patch them up. Got a thing planned at the end of the week here before, what I've been hearing is Rex wants to gather everybody together, have a last little debrief over what exactly's gone down and figure out the next steps forward. But before his thing, I got another something lined up that you and the crew are all invited to here at the church, and want it presentable, at least sort of presentable, before then.
That works, yeah, sure. Also, I'll do what I can, just help out since I'm feeling a little bit more up and up,
Sure. Roll me a basic tech check.
Oh boy, I couldn't make a fence last time, so let's see what happens this time.
We'll see. I think the last time you also rolled a 1 when we did this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did. It was really funny. I actually like the.
It's just like, you don't know which end of a hammer to hit the nail with, but
Accidentally hit Tech in face.
yeah. Okay, no. For this, especially under tech direction, it's pretty simple because they're just telling you, here's a board, here are the nails. We need that patched, and it's pretty straightforward work. So you find yourself actually being able to help quite a bit in the next 3 days. And Paradox hands you over 3 of the shuriken grenades, 1 for each day you're spending working here as a thanks.
Sick. All right.
Yep.
I'll thank him, and then I'll say, hey, well, if you want me to get a hold of the rest of the crew, I'll let him know what you when you want them to meet here.
Yeah, tomorrow morning down here about 10 a.m.
Cool. So I'll as I leave, I'll shoot a message to Matchlight, Peacock, and Rook, since I knew that they were the ones over there at the NCPD building, and tell them that, hey, Paradox wants us to meet over at the church tomorrow morning for something before the night market. But that's it.
Yeah, that's your 2 weeks. Rook, you've got quite a shift, I would say, in your life particularly, given that you were NCPD. Still might be NCPD on the other end of this. That is kind of what we want to figure out. So how are you spending your next few weeks here after your workplace went up in smoke?
Let me, because I might be chancing something, but we'll see. I'm going to coin flip. 1 is going to be the safe option. 2, we're going to find out the interesting things first, and just damn safety. Cool.
The fun
That's
stuff.
exactly what I wanted. So, I guess instead of seeking help for the traumatic experience that he just went through, he is going to just call the office and see if he got rotated to a precinct or what's going on, and try and hustle for the first week.
Sure. Roll me. Let's see what the hustle table says. Go ahead and roll me. And you're a rank what? 4 lawman?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see it. Roll d6. 5. Let's take a look here. So on a 5, hold off a major drug or smuggling bus, gain a bonus from the boss. So in reality, what this looks like, because boss is relative here, right? Essentially, NCPD has kind of furloughed anyone that wasn't on the site while they figure out what's going to happen. Because they're like, we don't know. They don't have seats for the asses of every person that was put off by this. It's not like the whole precinct's officers died. Actually, it was only part of the precinct. Like maybe a quarter of the precinct was actually hurt or killed in the aftermath because of some were down in South Night City doing something else at the time, part of Rex's handiwork, and the others were off shift, so they were home. And so while they figure it out, you've been furloughed. So Xavier, of course, has some ideas of his own, and so he gets you involved. Not so much to break up smuggling, but to basically help smuggle some things. And he's willing to pay you for your time. And he gives you the idea, me and a couple of the other guys, we're kind of sick of being told who our bosses want us to shoot at, which group we're going to be ransacking on a given week. We're thinking about opening a PI firm. Somewhere small, little office off the bay, maybe little Europe. You'd, of course, have a spot if you want it. Hell, half this wouldn't be possible without you doing what you did, so.
Of course, sign me up. Just send me the deets once you guys get a little bit more paperwork done, because I think I'll skip that part.
Yeah. Nah, you got, I'm sure the crew that you run with, they probably got other things for you anyway. But we've already filed for some office space, small, dusty little thing right on the bay, but it's a start. Something for us to actually call ours, and we get to call the shots for once. So
quiet, out of sight, perfect way to start setting up.
Exactly. So to do that, I got a couple guys owe me some favors. Not exactly part of the force, but such is the way of Night City. I just need your help moving some of the shit. I'll pay you for it, just for your help for a couple days. And so that is kind of where we end up with your payment, which comes out to 200 eddies for the help you provide Xavier and the rest of your crew as you kind of start forming the basis for a new PI firm.
Nice. And then will light therapy still take the whole week?
Light therapy does eat a whole week, yes. So that could be your second week. If you want to hustle the first and then therapize the second, you absolutely could.
Well, first things first, I should get my housekeeping done while I consider that. Because now that I have this badass Militech Perseus, I don't exactly need either this very heavy pistol or the excellent quality very heavy pistol that I got off the cap. So I want to find some back alley gun vendor to try and dump those off to.
Cool. Xavier would probably be able to hook you up with contacts on the last day, kind of you're helping to move shit. So go ahead and roll me trading, and I'm gonna roll for his guy. 17. Okay,
That's pretty good.
He does roll-
But he actually had it skilled.
Yeah. Because I mean, vendors, they're usually fixers of some kind, even though this one was a pretty low rank. So you're able to get. For the excellent quality one, he's willing to give you 200. For the other one, he's willing to give you 50.
Okay, so 250 for both?
Yep.
All right, let me mark that down. And yeah, I could do light therapy for the second week.
Okay. yeah, so it'll be 500 eddies. And then, yeah, through the crew or through Wakako, you're able to kind of get set up with what you need. So go ahead and roll me 2d6. Let's see what we get for humanity gain.
There we go.
Such is life.
See, I'm glad I only got like light therapy, because imagine if I got heavy therapy and all the rolls were like that, I would have cried.
Yeah, I bet. Nope, totally understandable. But yeah, 3 humanity back. Still, let's see, is that at least a break point for you?
No.
No, it's not.
It's fine though. Once the night market comes in, I might be dropping a couple points, but I am now padded to a point of safety where I won't accidentally kill myself getting chrome.
Yep.
So happy about that.
Yep, totally. All right. Cool. So yeah, that'll burn the rest of your time for the week. Or for the 2 weeks rather. And before we circle back on Peacock's last couple days, Connor, what are you using your 2 weeks for? Conroy, you might be muted.
Yeah, I unmuted my headset, not the Discord.
Not the Discord.
So I'm gonna do some shopping before my shopping. You know what I mean? Like a
Totally.
good capitalist boy.
Yep.
And I'm thinking at first I'm gonna go for the Daimler Extra Deck Smart Glove.
Okay.
Which is a
Though-
1,000 eddy item, so I probably won't be able to source it myself.
Nope.
So I'd like to reach out to Rex.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Rex is already kind of arm deep in getting this all put together for the night market.
Right.
And so, but he does have contacts. And so, yeah, you let him know that you want those things. And he would let you know that he'll have them sourced special at the night market for you. So that
Okay,
you'll be able to
heck
pick them
yeah.
up there.
So it's a lot of stuff, just so you know, because what I'm looking for is, all in all, I need interface plugs, the smart glove, and then I'm going to get pop-up ranged weapons, which are 500 each. I'm going to look for the homing tracer cyberfinger, so I could put it in there. The lighter cyberfinger, this,
What are
and then I'm
the?
going to.
Because what do
Go
the cyber fingers cost?
So the lighter is 100, so anyone can get that. Homing tracer is 500, and then the last one, which is the it basically is a dart gun in your finger. That one's also 500. I forgot to write that one down, but I'm gonna write it down right now. So those are all like pretty expensive, obviously, hard to source. So this is like a shopping list, basically. You know, I'm seeing how much I can get away with. Then I want to buy 10 sleep arrows, which is also 500. And then
Well, the
I
good
want a
news
smart-
is
Go ahead.
the good news is homing tracers. Even though it wasn't the cyberfinger variant, I'd be willing to say, you know, someone will probably have that if they got them. Homing tracers and 500 eddy ammo are part of the night market list that I sent the group chat earlier. So like,
nice.
and Rex would let you know, like, yeah, this will have some of that like available there.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So
And then what about the dart gun finger?
the Darkened Finger, he could probably get that sourced, given that there are some other things in the list there that kind of line up to be sort of in that vein.
How about the 10 sleep arrows, which are 500?
Those are part of all ammo 500 or less is part of the night
Gotcha.
market.
Cool.
Yep.
And then I also, okay, so then the thing that I'll do before the night market, right? I want to seek out a tech.
Okay.
First I was gonna say I need to fix my armor, but actually I took no damage. So we're chilling on that. So I'm going to look for a smart gun link for the Militech Perseus, which obviously would then also require the Militech Perseus to be tech upgraded, since it's an exotic.
That's gonna eat like, I think it's a month to get that thing tech upgraded, because it's like it'd be 2 weeks if you can get a tech to do it.
Right.
Carpet is doing better, so she might be able to do that for you. She kind of wakes up the morning after you guys kind of pull off the heist, and presumably you would have.
Very
I would have
nice.
assumed you had checked in on her and seen how she.
Well,
was
yeah,
doing
because
and stuff.
where we left off, I was like basically visiting her
away.
and telling her about how awesome, everything that happened was and yada yada. So
Yeah.
I'm definitely still right by her side.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you present her with the idea, with what Paradox has in the workshop, she could probably get it done in 2 weeks.
Okay, cool. Then yeah, if she's
Yeah.
willing to do it, I will give her the Perseus for those 2 weeks.
Yep. She does mention that it'll take parts, a lot of parts, and that she'll probably need you to help contribute towards that fund if you want to do that.
So how much money would that be?
So typically to upgrade an item, you need to spend parts that are the same amount as the item again. So it's 5,000 to get Perseus upgraded.
Oh.
It's not cheap.
Right. And in this case, since this is a atypical case,
Well, no, upgrading a tech, because you wanted to have the possibility of what? You said getting smart links?
yep, smart gun link attachment for the Militech Perseus.
Because I believe that, yeah, it goes into like non-standard territory, because it's not just one, because the smart gun link takes 2 slots, and if it's an exotic, it can only take 1.
Oh, okay.
Because let me look up the roll abilities really quick, but I'll read you the rule on upgrades. So grant a weapon attachment slot to an exotic weapon. So basically, you can outfit an exotic weapon with 1 attachment. It normally, like with an attachment taking 1 slot, but
I
not
see,
one that would
but
take
not
2.
a smart gun link. Okay,
Right.
cool. I'm looking at Black Chrome right now. Can the Militech Perseus take non-exotic ammo?
The Perseus
think
can't
so.
take non-standard ammo normally, so you could
Okay.
instead have it upgraded to take non-standard ammo if that's
That
what
would
you want.
be, yeah, that would be smart, and I would like to do that
Okay.
as long as it's within my budget. Because how much would that cost?
So it would cost you, the upgrade's gonna be the same. It's just the cost to upgrade it will be 5,000.
Oh shit!
It's always
I didn't
gonna
know
be
if it was gonna be
5,000
like-
to take an upgrade.
The homie discount, you know what I mean? Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's,
I'm gonna
that's
put
just the
that one
cost
on
for
ice.
parts. So technically, she's doing it at cost if you're spending that, because all that's
Cool.
gonna get reconfigured into parts.
Yeah. Okay, well then let me do this. I'm gonna grab interface plugs before the night market.
Okay.
And because I want to get interface plugs and then get therapy, because I'm gonna lower my humanity down lower than I want it to be probably.
Beautiful. And the interface plugs, because you need a set for each, because you want to get 2 gloves, you said, right? Or just 1?
With the Daimler, yeah, it comes with 2 for 1,000. So I'm gonna do 2.
Does it come? Well, it comes with 2 option slots, but it's 1 arm.
Oh, I thought the extra deck. Oh, it does say smart glove,
Right.
doesn't it?
So it's 2
Okay.
option slots per glove. So
Then
if you
I'm
want
only gonna
one
get
for
one.
each arm. Okay, just 1. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
just
then
one.
yeah. Cool. Yeah. Okay, so you're gonna
Cool.
do that, and I don't think I have that coded in because it's 12 days of Cybermiss, and they haven't, or not Cybermiss, Gearmiss, and they haven't updated the system to have those stock yet.
So I can put that in on my own time if you'd like.
if you wouldn't mind,
Yeah.
then that probably
Yeah, no, I
would-
don't mind.
Yeah.
Don't mind at all, mate. How about sourcing the interface plugs? How's that looking for me?
That's double checking something here from the list I sent you guys earlier. Let me see. Stay tuned. So this. Double checking. Okay. So for the For that side of things, yeah, you'd likely be able to get it sourced through either Paradox or Rex. One of the two of them would have the time to get that straightened out for you.
Okay, cool. So do I just pay MSRP, so to speak?
So for the interface plugs, yeah, because they'd probably do it as like a gesture of goodwill.
Right.
Considering you do have a favor to burn with Paradox for the delay in his payment,
Nice.
he'd be willing to do that for you at cost.
How about having a med tech to install it?
I mean, that's something where either Pan could help you install it or Wakako, either one.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll do Wakako.
Beautiful.
Cool. So I'm gonna get interface plugs dragged onto my character sheet real quick,
Yep.
and then I'll install it. Now, remind me, does Foundry just automatically take the average, or what?
The average is the default option. If you click on where it's, so when you click install, it'll be a pop-up like anything else that we roll in the system.
Yeah.
You just change that average down to the dice.
Okay, cool.
Because it'll say roll, and then it'll have the roll amount that the.
So I am doing that right now.
Yep, and then you just
Roll
confirm it.
2d6.
Beautiful.
Oh my fucking gosh. Good thing I'm getting therapy. Okay.
Yeah.
And then now that I know that like a lot of so then I want to do a week of therapy actually, because that probably took like a day, right? The interface plugs.
Yeah, it'd probably take a few days to kind of get everything in, and then data to install those. So, you're probably, that's probably what you're looking at, is you probably got about a week and a half left after everything's said and done.
Okay, cool. So then I'm going to go to therapy, which costs I think 1,000, right?
It depends on how many dice you want to roll. If it's 2d6, it's 500. If it's 46, it's 1,000.
I'm gonna do 4d6.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, hold on. I think 46 is a little excessive.
You're pretty high on humanity still.
Yeah,
so.
exactly. I think I could do 2d6. So I'm gonna do 2d6.
Okay, so 500 in a week.
Okay. Let me take the 500 out, and then I need to just roll 2d6.
Yeah, this one we don't have an auto roller in the system. As
Okay,
far as
cool.
I'm aware.
Yeah. So let's roll 2d6. Should I just? Because what if it's like a 1-on-1? Because hold on, I need. Oh yeah, I need like 9 to be able to get back up, which is above average, to get back up to 7 humanity or empathy, I should say. So
Yeah.
I am gonna do final answer. I'm doing the 46.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. So it'll just
Alright,
be total
cool.
1,000.
Yep. Okay, so here's my 46 roll.
There
That's
it
a
is.
dog shit roll, but it gets me back
below
up
average,
to
but
70.
you're popped right
Yeah.
back up. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's good. So then that puts my empathy at 7 out of 8. Good. Okay. And then when all that's done, I have about half a week.
Yes.
So what I'm going to do with my other half a week is I'm going to publish another story. And it's not going to be anything. It's literally just a hype piece. So it's literally like me and the crew running the gig. I'm gonna like put a couple compilations, which is like a little bit egotistical, but I'm feeling myself, of like different various shots of the Viva La Resistance moment where, you know, I had my fist in the air in front of everyone and there was like the flames behind me and it was all really cool. I'm gonna do some dramatic shots of the building blowing up. And then kind of like as a recurring motif at the end, the screen is gonna fade and say, you know, the flames are being stoked, but this is just a beginning. Join us.
Beautiful. So, and you're using the story basically here, because you said it's mostly just a hype piece.
Right.
So you're reinforcing this with, I guess we could call it evidence for the sake of publishing this. you're fueling that with just stuff from the attack on NCPD and all that.
Right. And just so, obviously, like, I'm sure most of people have heard about it, but maybe not everyone has seen what happened. So I just want to make it, like, really clear, what happened, how it happened, and how people can be a part of it, too. So just kind of, like, bridging the gap between, like, what you hear and the rumors and everything like that and the reality of the situation. Because
Sure.
this is, one such instance where reality is, like, very advertisable. You don't really have to exaggerate or hyperbolize. It just speaks for itself.
Sure.
And then, like as the screen fades out, I'm gonna have a match lit, and then like just a little teaser where you could see just a little bit of my face. I never show my whole face, but just a little bit.
Just
And
a
then I
little
blow
bit
it
to keep
out.
it interesting.
Yeah, I blow
All
it
right.
out, and that's where the video feed cuts.
Beautiful. We'll call this, in terms of how people respond to this, we'll call this having 3. We'll treat this as having 3 verifiable pieces of information. So you'll get
Okay.
a +1 to your credibility for the purposes of this landing with the audience.
Okay, cool. So then, because I have the
Uh,
camera, I get another +1.
Yep, since that
so
was
that puts me at
some of
8.
it. Yep.
Right.
So yeah, because your roll ability is a 6. Yep, beautiful.
6.
So if you just roll me a d10, and then yeah, as long as it's 7 or less, then you are gonna see.
Well,
this.
8 or less, right? Because
Oh,
my
it's-
roll ability is
It's
yeah,
even.
6.
It's even or less. Yeah, I forget it's not
Yeah.
strict less. It's even
Right.
or less because
Yes.
it's
Okay, cool.
a bit of a
So here-
violation of the normal conventions of the system.
Huh?
As per usual.
I know, right? It fucking blows.
Yeah.
Sucks.
It's all good. So yeah, the response to it is not what you maybe had hoped initially here. A lot of people are mostly lamenting like think of what you've unleashed as you kind of put this out. And a couple people talk down to you for, they call it stoking your own ego. Even though that's kind of not entirely the point. And they've kind of they've just missed it. Like they've missed the point. You feel like there are still people who definitely agree with what you've done. Like the other night is pure evidence of that. But the people who are not already on your side are not really swayed by your argument.
Nice.
Yep.
Or well, bad. But
It is what it is, yeah.
It is what it is, and it's kind of expected. And we took the W anyway. That was just kind of like that was just a little extra hype piece in case anyone wanted to
we
bite.
were just looking to double down on it, and I respect it.
Yeah, pretty much. So I'm so chilling. Remind me, my rep went up last session, but I forgot to write in my notes. Didn't I go up to like rep 8 or something?
I believe because yours was the same as Nyla, and Nyla, I believe we did. Or it was rep 7, right?
Yeah, and I think I was actually 1 higher than Nyla.
Yes, you were, because you were on the building. So yeah, that's
Right.
you would go to rep 8. So yeah, because
Nice.
you
Okay, cool.
really were like, I was the face of this.
Put that there, and then with my last little bit, since I have some time, I had something just in my mind about like, oh, I could do this, and now it's just lost on me. One thing is, how much IP do you need to get base 14 up to a base 15 for a non-times 2 skill?
It's dependent on the skill level.
Yeah, so from 14 to 15. The level?
The,
Yeah, 6.
the level
6 to 7.
because 6 to 7 be 140 for a non-X2 skill because it's 20 times
Okay.
level.
Cool. I'm gonna bring my handgun up by 1.
Okay.
So I'm gonna spend 140. Reason. Handgun 27.
And while that's happening, I there was one thing I forgot I wanted to do and just realized I can do it probably in the meantime while I'm waiting on the Chrome.
Oh no, why that rolled? Sorry.
Oh, you accidentally roll the skill check. It's all good. What's the thing you want done, Nyla?
I wanted to crack open the chip vault.
Beautiful. And you have all of the agents as well with the database information, which is its own thing.
Yeah. And I wouldn't. Is there like an equivalent to like a hard drive, like a 5 terabyte hard drive?
For that, you'd probably need to buy like an actual computer.
Okay.
Those I believe are 50 eddies, if I remember right.
Okay.
They are, yeah.
I'll just drop the 50 eddies. And can I spend like a day doing both at the, like, uploading the data and then also while that's going, trying to crack the chip vault?
Yeah, I mean, you've already broke the security on the chip vault once to see what's inside. So that won't be a problem for you.
Okay.
As far as the contents, yes, that while the agents are offloading to the computer, you can definitely be working on, kind of deciphering what exactly is in that chip vault. But we'll kind of do that last year. So once I'm done with Connor, because there's quite a bit you can dig out of that, and I think some of it is going to be very interesting to the group as a whole. Yeah. So Connor, what do you want to do with your remaining? Because I'm assuming that's probably going to take like a day between piecing stuff together and then posting the story. So you got like 2 days left. Do you want to do anything in particular with that time?
Yeah, I think I'll run a gig.
2 days. Not enough time.
Okay.
Gesundheit.
Let's see. Let me check my ammo. Well, I could do that at the night market, really. I don't need to do that. Let me check my notes.
Yeah, and it's okay if you don't have anything else.
Yeah,
you
no,
wanna
totally.
do.
For
Yeah.
sure. And I think I just might not. You know what I mean? I think that might just be
Oh,
about it for me.
Diamond does throw out the thing. Thanks to All About Agents, there is an app for that. There is, when you can't hustle but you want to make a little money, there is an app, and I need to find it again real quick.
In Black Chrome?
No, not in Black Chrome. It is Hustool. It is all about agents. So basically, you can take half an hour, and I believe you can do this once a day, essentially. And it's basically like, think Uber Eats, except it's a variety of different little tasks. Each one paying you out 10 eddies. The app costs 20 eddies. So at best you could download the app and then run like 2 of these and see how this plays out.
Sure. Okay, so 20 eddies gone for downloading the app, right?
Yep. And then roll me a d10 for each day.
Okay. Here's the first day.
Beautiful. So the first one, yeah, it's real simple. They really need a person to stand in line for a limited edition release of alternate art Elflines Online TCG cards that are coming to a nearby bodega in the Glen. So you were paid 10 eddies to stand in line, and you see this nerdy, pale dude arrive just about the time you're near the front of the line to resume taking the spot, and he pays you out the 10 eddies as like a line stander for that time.
I kind of like sanitize the eddies before I put them in my pocket.
Sure. Yeah. And then roll me a d10 for the second day. Beautiful. All right. This one is a little more unique. This time it's actually one of the few non-displaced people in the old combat zone, which means they live in Kabuki. They're probably one of your neighbors. They need someone to run out to a nearby bodega and pick up some toilet paper. They've run out and they are not leaving their apartment for anything. So you've been paid to bring them toilet paper, which pretty much goes off without a hitch. you're able to pick some up from the kind of the combi that's in the lowest level of the hotel and casino and take it right up to them, and they pay you 10 eddies for the trouble.
Nice. Boom.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Beautiful.
So with that in mind, that is the end of your downtime. So, Nyla,
Yes, it is.
let's talk about what the hell is in some of these things. So you pop open that chip vault. Let me pull my notes because I have this was the thing, ironically, I had to spend the most time prepping because there's a lot in here. I don't really know if you understand how much is in here. So go ahead and roll me an electronic security tech check. Bet. All right. So as you look over the chips, one of these is a piece of chipware, a paint editor specifically, and it's got a little tape with marker kind of label on it that says break in case of emergency. The other three you quickly determine are a lot of records that have been scraped and kind of put aside. So the first of these chips is details of an arrangement between K Corp and the city council. So it's a bunch of financial records that list the city council and K Corp. The other is NCPD, Biotechnica, and Kangtao financial records. And the third is a bunch of kind of weird encoded data that is kind of cryptographically ciphered. You kind of quickly recognize that it's definitely like cryptographically scrambled, and that the data would probably be hard to figure out for someone who doesn't have the requisite skill to do that. You, of course, are a netrunner, and you do know a little thing or two about cryptography. So, and now I'm not sure if you were muted intentionally or not.
I was. I'm sorry. Or I wasn't.
Okay. Yeah, no, you're totally good. You're totally good.
But I can roll for that if I may.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me cryptography. We can start there. The others you recognize are probably going to take a degree of like accounting or bureaucracy knowledge to kind of skim through and make sense of them. But yeah,
sure.
go ahead and start with the cryptography. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Oh.
All right, he's off to a fire start. All right, well, Nyla, what you found here is something very, very, very interesting. And you actually get a little paranoid as you kind of begin realizing what this is. So within the encoded data is a series of coordinates and contact ciphers, basically decryption keys for dead drops and contacts. And the metadata of this, which normally would be very difficult to decipher. Like this was supposed to be a whole separate check the way I wrote this.
Mm-hmm.
But your decryption is so good here and you're so on point that I'm going to just award this information to you because the metadata would tell you that these were originally encrypted and the cipher is typically used by undercover Arasaka operatives.
Oh boy.
So
Undercover Arasaka operatives.
So you start imagining you know who you pulled this off of. The other things are all records.
Uh-huh.
The coordinates on this chip are you recognizing the different very public sorts of places like parks or restaurants or things like that where a dead drop wouldn't go noticed, probably.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Are they dated? That's my question.
The dead drops themselves and coordinates are not dated. No.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that is scary, because what the fuck is Arasaka doing around these parts? That's my question.
The encryption keys do have times on them, not dates.
Okay.
So those are presumably used to open some kind of comms channel, though which ones are not listed here on the shard.
Yeah, and that's not something I'd want to open in the first place.
Fair enough.
So here's what I'll do. The rest of the data, the records and everything, I will upload to the computer as well.
Okay. Beautiful.
The coordinates and for the dead drops, I will keep with me.
Okay.
What I'm then going to do is I'm going to text Matchlight. And I'm going to say, hey, I got some data here. And before I pawn it off to Rex, I want you as the person with the most connections to the most people that I know of in the group and outside of any fixer that might fuck me over to look over.
Can do, send him my way.
All right. Can we meet physically?
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, where?
Where's one of the dead drops?
One of the nearest would be a place called Reconciliation Park. And it is a park in the north side of the Glen.
Meet me at Reconciliation Park.
Okay. I will try to find the scratch to get a taxi on over there.
I'll pick you up.
Oh, well, la-di-da.
Because remind me, what's your lifestyle, Nala?
My lifestyle still at this point, because it hasn't refreshed over the month, is still kibble. So I'll pay that out of pocket.
Cool, yeah, so 20 eddies to get there.
Cool.
Beautiful. So yeah, you both head over to Reconciliation Park. And the dead drop itself is a kind of a worn bench that looks like it hasn't really been, probably moved or painted or anything since the last corporate war. The park itself, I should mention, is kind of the thing separating the hot zone from the Glen itself. So it's kind of this weird border zone. Whereas the park itself would have been probably much more vibrant in the 20s. It's now a little more kind of scraggly dead, and the parts that are full of life and growth are kind of overgrown. It's this weird mix of that post-war kind of tangle, almost like the city itself. So as you two meet up there, it's relatively quiet. A couple of people are kind of walking around, the few that don't really mind it from the Glen. But you find this bench as indicated by the coordinates. What would you like to do?
So just as a note real quick, I think like we've reached the point of the anonymity that I've been trying to garner for myself is actually more dangerous to me than the anonymity of like my face. So I'm gonna start to use my face as a cover for the version of me that was hiding my face. You know what
It's just like, shit, the corpse now know my helmet better.
Legit, if people see my helmet, they're like, it's that dude. Holy fuck.
Holy shit, it's Matchlight.
Yeah, exactly. So, I show up for the first time. You see me in my face. So, I'm just a tall, lanky guy with a ponytail and some thin facial hair. And I look like I'm like about college age, like 21, 22.
I take out my virtual reality goggles. Here, you need to put this on because this isn't gonna. No, I'm kidding.
Put the mask back on, at least a little bit, dude.
Come on, man.
No, I'm kidding.
I haven't been able to breathe air with my actual nostrils in a while, so.
Yeah, I don't
I
need
mean,
these goggles anymore.
The gogs aren't gonna get in your way. It just covers your eyes. That's all.
No, yeah. But anyway, so for real though. Hey, listen. I'm gonna show him the laptop. I'm assuming it's a laptop.
Yeah, I mean, it could be whichever you want it to be. So if you're saying it's a laptop, it's a laptop.
Could it just be like a hard drive? Because I think that would honestly be better, right? Like more,
I mean,
realistic.
5080s for a high cap hard drive is absolutely, I think, fair. Yeah.
Yeah. And this hard drive has everything I swiped from not only the NCPD, but also from that runner. You remember that chipware case?
No. I have a terrible memory, though, to be honest. That's why I record everything. That's part of it anyway.
Yeah. Fair. Well, the runner had some interesting data on there, too. So, swipe that, too, as a bonus.
Okay. Real quick, above table, would this meeting have happened potentially before I wrote my story? Because if it did, I might be able to use some of this info in my story, which would then potentially grant me another point of believability, which then the 9 would have worked.
This would be after. This isn't like just the handful of days leading up to the night market.
Gotcha. Yeah. No, that's all good.
But you can post an addendum. So
you could.
Yeah, you can. Yep.
And then you'll have 4 pieces. But yeah, everything in there is pretty hot, if you catch my drift.
So how do I encrypt this? I have my ways, but I mean, since you're telling me that this is like pretty hot, I don't want to just have this on my agent that someone can hack into or something of that sort. So do you just want to let me borrow it here? I'll look over it. I'll kind of memorize it in my good old noggin, give it back to you.
There's something here. There's a reason I called you to this park.
Okay.
So
I'm going to turn... Go ahead.
There's something I need to check here.
All right. So I'm going to take off my phone from the local net. Just kind of like remove the equivalent of a SIM card type vibe, and then I'm going to slot the shard into my agent.
Well, so the shard itself, because if you're saying, because here's the one thing I want to clarify with Nyla actually. So now when you say this is just a hard drive, because you wanted to get a computer anyway for the purposes of offloading the data, right? Because that you wouldn't need an actual terminal for that. It wouldn't be something where like you can just wirelessly communicate with a like a hard drive. Because I'm not familiar with wireless ones unless those exist. But
I don't think they exist.
I don't think they exist either.
But we could say that like I have a laptop with me, because I do have a laptop from when I did character creation, I believe.
Oh, you do? Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. At least I thought I did.
Let's take a look at your gear. We can settle that right now.
It doesn't look like it.
Doesn't look like it. Okay. So we would just you would add the computer, and then he could have a look at it, because you could have this on you, and it's as long as it's not tied to the local net, you're pretty much it's air gapped.
Okay, nice. So then I'll just take the laptop and kind of do a 1-2 over my shoulder, make sure no one's around and things like that. Or if people are around, they're not explicitly paying attention to us.
Roll me perception.
Cool. Yeah.
Can I assist with this?
Yeah, if you're both being aware, absolutely. Both of you can roll perception. Take the higher result.
Yeah, this is a pretty high-tense situation.
Important. Yeah, and so both of you look around. Peacock, you're just ever so slightly more alert, probably because you know exactly how sensitive this data is, right? Like you know the full scope of what you're about to show Matchlight. And so as a result of this, you're looking all over, and you think you see someone off down the trail, maybe about 100 meters, who the moment you kind of catch their eyes, they kind of look away and they walk the other direction. So clearly it looks like if you're being paranoid, your paranoia is maybe paying off. but you're not sure that person was just the slightest bit suspicious, but they appear to be kind of looking away now that you've kind of seen them.
Okay.
So you notice this.
I'm gonna take out my handgun. I don't have any ammo for my Perseus yet. So I'm not gonna say I have it. You know, I'm not gonna say, oh, I bought it, earlier. But you know,
I mean, you have your old handgun still, so
right, exactly. It's
all
good, all reliable.
all reliable.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna, kind of maybe go in that direction because I know what this location is. I'm still gonna stay within range of Matchlight.
Cool.
And yeah.
So Matchlight, as you see him doing this, are you gonna start reviewing the data?
So basically, once you get up, I say, where are you going?
Thought I saw someone. Could just be paranoid, but safe
we
than
don't-
sorry.
We don't have to do this here. I mean, we are in the middle of a park, and I get that, like, sometimes in the spy movies is where people do things, but there's probably somewhere better we ought to be if we're kind of looking at this other than broad daylight in the middle of somewhere where any feasible angle could see us. So we can head back to your place, my place, what have you. That could work fine, probably, right?
Good. Do you trust me?
I've run a couple gigs with you, and you're handing me over, like, extremely sensitive info. I definitely don't not trust you yet.
Do you trust me enough to follow me? And just stay out of sight. Just try to be stealthy.
So, like, above table, like, because my human perception is kind of high, I can probably tell that Peacock is being sincere here, right?
Yeah,
Without even having to roll. Yeah.
I would definitely say so. Yeah, you get the feeling he's not trying to be sketchy or lure you into a trap, but you definitely get the sense he's paranoid about something, and it doesn't have so much to do with you as it does. You're definitely assuming from all the context, the data that he's about to show you.
Well, we both deal in secrets, so if something's off, I'll know. I'll follow you.
Okay. Might want to get your gun out though, just in case.
Oh. Okay.
Jesus Christ, Diamond. Diamond
I'll have
in
it handy.
chat.
All right, so I'm gonna go in the direction of that shady figure. Just see where they go. Just trailing them essentially.
Oh my god, Diamond.
Both of you roll me stealth.
Okay, cool. That is fucking funny though.
That is fucking funny. Okay. 23.
Stealthy boy.
Yeah, you are sneaky. And then Matchlight.
I'm
stealth.
so sorry to fuck it up for you.
No,
Not
actually,
terrible. Not terrible.
That's not terrible. No, that is not terrible. So you guys
That's
both
pretty
kind of
good.
keep a low profile, and Peacock is definitely, I would say, the more important of the two of you to get this right, because he's the one that noticed the other person. So you kind of follow them as far as the edge of the park where it meets back up with one of the main roads nearby. And you see this person get into an unmarked black security car that you kind of can tell. It looks like a compact ground car, but the way the paneling is set up and the way the windows are tinted, shit looks corporate. But there are no markings to tell you what kind of corporation or who.
Wow. Yeah.
And Matchlight's recording this, right? Because Matchlight records everything.
No, not this time. I don't
He's
have
got
my-
his helmet off. His helmet's the
Yeah.
thing with his cam.
God damn it. Okay, that's okay. Did we catch a license plate or something? Or are there no license plates?
Roll me perception, just see if you catch it before they drive off. You would have thought of it.
Can I roll it too or no?
Yeah, I mean, if you'd be thinking to look for it, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm looking for like anything discernible, so I probably would look at the license plate.
Why
Totally.
are we rolling the same
I don't
fucking
know, it's
number?
pretty fucking weird.
That's God, I love the seed. So both of you, you catch like the last couple digits of the license plate, which is 787. But yeah, beyond that,
Write that down, write that down.
Write that down.
License plate ending in 787.
Yep, but it cruises off. But yeah, the vehicle itself looked very clean and very corporate, which for the
Awesome.
Glen is maybe not so much of a standout, but the fact of the lack of markings and the spooky nature of the guy inside is definitely raising your like paranoia just a little bit.
Yeah. And okay, cool. So once that happens, I actually have an idea.
Okay.
I'm gonna text Rook. See if Rook's up.
I mean, Rook, the second half of your week was spent doing therapy, right?
I mean, Rook.
Sorry, what?
The second half of your week was doing therapy, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you would get this text probably a little later in the day. So he wouldn't be able to respond to it like in the moment, Nyla. But if you give him instruction, he might have the time to do it later.
Yeah. I'm gonna text him because he's still NCPD, correct?
Yeah,
Like, technically.
for furloughed NCPD at this point, but yeah, he's technically still part of the force until stated otherwise.
Yeah, and I don't know really how NCPD goes about their biz, but I'm assuming they can run plates.
Yeah, I mean, you'd at least have access to the databases that would let him do it.
Yeah. I was about to say I may have access when I'm in the office, but like because I know there's the app for police record search. Is there like a police like NCPD portal that you can log in on that? It's like the extra bonus version that cops use.
It would probably be the same database, and you would probably have free access to it. But yeah, you'd probably have more fields and things that would let you look up data through it better, more efficiently. So let me let me look up that app real quick because it's NCPD crime database. Takes 1 hour to return results. So the crime database is just for bounties, and this is something a little different. But I will say, because you could use your agent for this, because that's ostensibly, I think, how you probably look up the data. It'll double your bonus for the library search. So it'll, instead of a +2, it'll be a +4 that you'll get for a library search to look it up when you do get the chance to check this info.
Cool. And I'm gonna text Rook, hey, I need you to run a plate. Compact ground car ends in 787.
I'll see what I can do and get you a list, but that might be a pretty wide plate.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Do either of you, Peacock or Matchlight, being that you were kind of on the ground, do either of you want to roll me a land vehicle tech check?
My specialty.
Can we both roll it?
Yeah, I mean, both of you can just to see if you identify any. I mean, that's not terrible for being low tech, Matchlight. Yeah, it's better than Peacock. All right. So Matchlight, you recognize one element of this car beyond the obvious that I've already stated, because you already kind of noticed that it's very clean black and that the windows are heavily tinted. One additional element you notice is that the body matches up with what would typically be a Paladin, although this one seems heavily modified. But you do get at least that much, so it does give a little bit of information then for the search to be narrowed slightly.
So I'll let Celsius know that, and then I'll even kind of
Rook?
do.
You mean Rook?
You're so right. That'd be weird
I
for
was
me to
like,
tell
wait a
Celsius that. I'm like, it's a paladin. He's like, what? Are we talking about Ophies Online? So I'm going to also just do an independent search real quick, and maybe Peacock can help me with it, or do one himself. But basically, like, what organizations typically use paladins, and see if anything pops up just based off of the web. Would that be all right?
You can try. The odds are pretty stacked against you because it's, different companies have all kinds of different cars in their fleets.
I have an idea.
What would you like to do?
I run a check to see if, okay, 3 companies in particular, because I have knowledge that Magelight doesn't. And I know that Arasaka was dealing here. So I'm going to cross-reference the Paladin with Arasaka.
Okay.
It's too bad you're so bad at it, you know?
Interesting. We'll come back to you in a moment. Rook, could you roll me that library search with the +4?
Library search, and I've already got the +2 from agent, so
So
just
add an additional
mods too.
+2. Yep, you got it.
Incoming.
Okay. So Rook, what you're able to find within the NCPD database for this, because the car is registered, there are probably a dozen that match the description given by your crew. And so with that, it's you're getting you feel like closer. 12 is not a lot, obviously, so that is helpful. And you can start kind of narrowing it out by geography, because only about half of these are registered to owners that would live even kind of close to where they saw it or encountered it. A few of these are, in combat zones or in kind of the extended elements of the city. So, Peacock, as you look up...
Hold on, I just want to send them, as that list comes up, I want to send them the separated list, the complete list, but highlight the ones that are registered close to that area, just so they know what information they have before you scoot back over.
Totally. No, and so Peacock, you get this, and then cross-reference it against your own search. You get 1.
Nice, dude.
The registered owner of this, of course, the corporation isn't Arasaka. No, that'd be really easy, right? However, with the license, you do get a hit. This one is registered to a corporation, is K Corp.
Hey, Corp.
Hey, Corp. Does it have a name?
Corp. Yep. The letter K is in Kilo. Corp is the registered owner.
Oh, that's the own. There's no person name.
Nope. It is registered to a corporation, which is kind of what you assumed. So at least you know with a corporation that's sniffing around. You don't know who from the corporation is, but they're all corpo rats, right? They all go scurrying back to the same den at the end of the day.
It's true. Okay, but all right. So I'm gonna turn to Matchline and say, we gotta fucking go.
I trust you. Let's go.
Let's skedaddle, and I'm gonna call in a combat cab and just take us back to where Shinobu has his hold.
Yep, beautiful. Yeah, so you'd be going back to Purgatory. So
Thank you.
Yep. So with that, you ride back in the slightly safer, ironically safer feeling Purgatory in the combat zone, and go into the room you've got there. Locking the door, you feel that first kind of sense of relief that you felt in a little bit. That tension kind of subsides a little bit. Paranoia is still kind of there, bubbling under the surface, but at least right now you know where you are is a place that is relatively safe.
So who was it? What'd you find?
I found, it looks like, so you haven't sorted through the data yet, correct?
No, but is that relevant to who is tracking us just now?
It is. That's why I'm so,
All right. Let me take a seat and go through this.
Yeah, go
May
through it. Yeah, please.
Okay. I take a seat, on your desk or something like that, and start to kind of scrub it.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna get like a drink of water or something.
Yeah, like rip open one of the bottles of cactus water in your fridge or whatever.
Yeah.
So, Matchlight, what you start to see here, and do you have levels in bureaucracy or accounting or business?
No.
Okay. Could you make me an intelligence roll then? And I'll give you a +2 to this because this is bordering on some of the stuff you probably looked through in the past.
Could I attempt this as well? I don't think I've rolled these.
You can, yes, because you would have had time to kind of look this
Nice.
over. Beautiful. All right.
It's pretty good for just a base attribute.
Yeah, you
Should
will
I
not
just
get
roll
you will not get the roll bonus. Yeah, and if you don't have bureaucracy, accounting, or business, Nyla, yeah, go ahead and just roll straight in for me.
Okay.
Okay.
So close to a crit.
Yeah, so Peacock is unfortunately unable to kind of decipher the meaning of this, which conveniently is probably why he brought you in here, Matchlight. Because while he doesn't have experience dealing with corporations and their kind of records and things like that, you, on the fringes of it, you kind of do. You don't maybe have enough to like really parse apart books and things like that as like a day job, but fuck the corporations, am I right? Who'd want to do that? Me looking to make sure my wife's not listening. Let me pull my notes back up here really quick. So what you do find is rather interesting. So the accounting records here begin to paint a picture, and the more you go through it, the more you realize the tangled fucking mess you guys have kind of found yourself in through no fault of your own, but you're here all the same. So you see that these records point to a bit of a tangled web between the FIB, who are the NUSA's boogeymen of the situation, right? You've got the FIB, and they are working, based on the records, with NCPD as sort of a shell, right? So they're operating as like, they're listed here as consultants within the business and accounting records. And so part of it is detailing elements of things you've already seen that they had a hand in. So the deals with Kang Tao, the deals with Biotechnica, the elements here of, the sniper that attacked you guys in the convoy before Peacock joined the crew. All of this was tied up in the FIB's involvement. And so you see, essentially, their initial mission here, because Peacock, the records in here weren't just from the data shards, right? They were also from the database itself.
They were, yes, they were also from the server database.
Beautiful. Just want to make sure I'm parsing everything here. So, with this, you see there are, so the FIB is there in part, the case files from the database are basically spelling out that they were there to identify how the attack on Militech happened 7 or 8 months ago now. And their goal was to uncover it. This led to them placing a hit on Royal that was successful. They then needed further material, and that caused them to reach out to Militech directly to do this through the NCPD, calling a shipment in with all kinds of odds and ends that they said they would need to complete their tasks. This is where the crew got involved. The sniper was one of their special operatives, and their status is listed in here as being severely wounded on the other side of an op gone wrong. And the trackers that were placed in the cargo were lost not long after the convoy itself was overtaken by what is noted as a crew of rogue edge runners, being assisted by local nomads. So, Special Operative was taken out of the program for a while. there are also notes
Charlie,
in.
real quick.
Yeah.
May I? Sorry.
Mhm.
Does it ever mention? Because I remember we had that meeting with the fixer girl who gave us the info on the train in the bar, who had a camera, and then I was like, "What is fucking going on here?" And I did some independent research that kind
You
of verified
did.
that she might have had, correlation with the FIB. Is
Yep.
she mentioned at all in this document?
She's listed as a confidential informant, and when they basically got word, so the way that the case is kind of spilling out to you, and again, I'm summarizing here for the sake of both brevity and giving you kind of the really important parts that you're kind of piecing out. So the story is this: she was a confidential informant, and when they heard through their own independent kind of research that the combat zones were trying to get together and align against them and the interests of, both the NCPD and by extension Militech, they decided to try and kill two birds with one stone. So they got Emerald to lure you all into a back room. They got the evidence that they needed, which for a mercy was probably wiped out by the building collapsing. So you have the only copy here of the audio and video files from that hidden cam. She was to lure you out, and they were using her as an element of this under threat of basically arresting her and throwing her in brain dance hell for a long, long time. Of course she'd cooperate. Who wouldn't, right? But she lured you all out so that you could be taken care of. This, of course, didn't work. So you, to an extent, are on the NCPD's radar. At least were. Right up until you cratered their precinct. The thing that you can't make sense of is on the other side of this. So the FIB was involved with the NCPD as a shell group, essentially. On the other side of this, you have a bunch of purchase records and backroom deals between the Night City Council and these various corporations, and a particular highlight among this laundry list, this litany of different entities, is one that suddenly has become very, very familiar to you. K-Corp, who has purchased several parcels of land within the old combat zone that coincidentally the NCPD have marked as condemned on their maps. One of these is the semi-ionic conductor building. Or the ionic semiconductor building. I never get the order of those words right. But the home that Blue and Celsius were living in. And another is the building that just based on the map, is Generation Red's headquarters. Their hideout.
And they were trying to eliminate these buildings or take them over?
The story that the records spill for you is that this corporation, whomever they are, bought land rights to those buildings.
Okay.
And these records are about a month before the actual attacks and fire bombings took place.
There's something I want to say, but Peacock wouldn't know about it. So,
I share it all with you. While I read it, I kind of spell it out as I see it. And then K-Corp, do I know anything about K-Corp, or are they kind of a new player on the scene?
They're new. You've never heard of them before.
This is if I think about K-Tech, Security Hammer and shit like that, is that K-Corp or no?
Nope. Different corporation
gotcha.
Entirely.
Yeah, so all I know about K-Corp so far is that they are some mysterious corporate entity that comes out of all this recently and starts buying land where hostile takeovers are happening in seemingly critical spots.
Was Peacock ever shown the video of the FBC destroying the old combat zone?
So one of the records in here would detail that an FBC was dispatched at the request of the FIB to ensure the complete destruction of the buildings listed in a mission dock. Like a lot of this
No.
is labeled deeply confidential or top secret within the NCPD and the city records. So,
Well, I asked this because I remember. So was I shown that video? Is what I'm asking.
I don't know that you would have seen the video prior, but those records would be noted, and Matchlight could share that information with you now.
Because okay, so if I was shared that info, because I'm thinking as a player, I remember when I first joined, and this was during the time when I first joined, and my character wasn't even introduced yet.
Mhm.
But I remember Celsius was sent a video, and it was from marked K.
Yep.
So
It was actually marked H, the one he was sent.
was it marked H?
It was H.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't know about that.
No, but some of these records, namely those ones marking the condemnation map, are signed off an officer Bill Mauser. And it's no secret that the street has a different name for him, Hellhound.
Oh. Bill Mauser. All right. Was he a part of Precinct 1?
He was.
Is he or was he?
Well, Precinct 1 no longer exists, so everything regarding the precinct is past tense. He wasn't
Alright.
there when it fell. He's not been listed among the dead.
Okay. That's interesting though, because who else works for Precinct 1 or worked for Precinct 1? That would be Rook. Oh, we could ask Rook. Oh, hey, I'm gonna text, do we have a group chat?
Sure. I mean, you guys could all have that. I would assume you would have at this point, given you've all worked
Yeah.
together for a little bit.
So, I just feel bad because Cody's just there. Like, I feel like we're leaving him out. I'm so sorry, Cody, by the way.
I am chilling, my dude.
All right, cool.
Good.
So I'm gonna
Life
text
of a solo.
Yeah. This isn't the first session we've had where it's been disjointed, where everyone's like, okay, we all gonna take a turn here, turn there, and then we're gonna kind of come back together at the other side of it. But yeah, this is what I meant when I said I expected this to be pretty downtime heavy, and because this is us picking the routes we're taking.
Yeah, and so I'm gonna text Rook and I'm gonna say, hey, does the name Bill Mauser mean anything to you? In the group chat.
Could I think about would I have known him around the office or seen him around and
Bill
know anything
Mauser,
about that, or could I text Xavier?
within the NCPD, you don't even need to text anyone. Of course you know who Bill Mauser is. Yes, 110%. Any cop that worked in Precinct 1 who didn't know Bill Mauser was either a rookie or they're probably going to be fired before, the next day's up, pretty much. Because they're living under a rock not doing their fucking job if they don't know who Bill fucking Mauser is. Hellhound is kind of the cyber psycho hunter on the force. Basically his advanced age is just about the only reason that the people you've worked with can figure he wasn't assigned as part of C-SWAT or MaxTac. There's no question in anyone's mind that several of the cases where cyber psychos have been brought in that most other cops wouldn't go anywhere near, Hellhound was the one to break them.
So then I guess knowing that he was a huge deal at Precinct 1, I would text Xavier and see if he would know from the higher ups or just hearing about how people have been getting shifted around during this whole furlough in between period, because he's probably one of the people they would instantly find a seat. Does he have any details on that?
Yeah, so he sends back, last I heard, they were shipping him up to precinct number 3 to work on work out of the hot zone. Something about hunting down some maelstrom gone haywire.
Cool. And then I'll just relay that information. Apparently, after the explosion, they shipped him up to Precinct 3, and they got him hunting Maelstrom or some shit up there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm gonna say, okay, that's good. So because he might be involved now. If you and your boys could maybe just know what he's doing. Just let us know if he does anything funny. Because I think something's going on with him and it involves us. And I really do not want Hellhound on her ass.
Thanks for making me aware. I'd like to know if he's about to come knocking on my door. I'll tell the boys, see if anybody got shifted up to Precinct 3 and can just like generally keep an eye on him. Just like, hey, keep an eye on him. Let me know how he's doing and up there, that type of shit.
Totally.
Dream.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jim.
And
awesome.
and Rook, could you just roll me a streetwise check here to just see, kind of if you've got people in mind? There it is. Let's go. Awesome. So yeah, you think of one in particular. An officer goes by the name of Cavalry. She's been kind of a long time part of Precinct 1, and she got shifted up to 3 kind of out of nowhere about a week before all this went down. At the time, you thought it was a little odd, and now you're kind of thankful because she was actually one of the good ones. She's one of the few that kind of has the heart of gold, but she really believes in the NCPD. So she never really wanted to be part of you and your crew. But she was always good to you. She's one of those people that didn't ever do wrong by you, even if you didn't see eye to eye on everything.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all set up, I guess. Yeah. I don't know. Did you want me to have the direct contact with her? Like, think of what I want to text her? Because I'm asking above table.
For me, yeah. So as far as from like my end of things, as long as I know you've kind of sent it along to her, her well enough that you could do that and just say, hey, keep tabs on Hellhound, because Cavalry's kind of been working in, with him on different cases in the past, so she at least has a relationship, professionally speaking, with like him and his work. So you kind of
specifically then I'll text her. Hey, I heard there might be some extra heat around Hellhound. Don't let him know. Just keep me posted on what he's up to. I want to make sure he's safe. Play that angle with her.
Yeah, and she just sends you back. Sure. Yeah, I can keep an eye on him.
Sweet. And then as for the data, I'm going to basically like say to Matchlight, I'm going to trust you with this data. If anyone asks, it appeared out of the ether. If you want to pass it along to Rex or Shinobu, that's your prerogative, or you can do with it what you will, but I trust you with that initiative.
I think, if anything, that we've been taught over the last little bit, we really can't trust anyone. We don't. It's all so messy, and there's so many moving parts and so many players.
Mm-hmm.
It might just be best to keep it among us. This whole time, we've been kind of fighting for what we believe in, and sure, it's had some intersection, but ultimately, since we're here alone, people like Paradox, people like Shinobu, we don't really know them. They're just, again, convenient intersections in our story that have served their purpose thus far. But especially now, after what we've achieved, even though we couldn't have achieved it without our connections, without our contacts and what they've given us, we can't underestimate what we have here. I mean, we've done some things, and we can start calling the shots. And if a shot that we want to call is we play our cards close to our chest until we actually know what's going on and who we can trust, then I'm down for that 100%. Mm-hmm. So that's my vote. You can do what you will. Obviously, I know you're saying that to me, but I'm just kind of returning the favor and saying I don't expect you to necessarily, take the info that you garnered and acclimated yourself and follow what I want to do with it. But I kind of want to see how this all unfolds and honestly start playing from our own angle instead of what other people think we should be doing. I'd like to start doing things that we collectively decide are best for us.
I concur. I think it's safe to say that we've flown as close to the sun as is safe for right now, as is unsafe, and to go any higher would be stupid.
Right.
So to keep this close to us would be smart for the time being, and when the time comes, I'm sure we can play it to the best of our advantage. But for right now, it'd be good to sit on it. But I'm just saying this because if it were me with that data, I would parade it around town like a court jester. And I know you know how to handle that more maturely. And so that's why I'm saying I'm going to trust you with it. Because I trust you.
When the time comes, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, and I can't really thank you enough for appreciating me with things, I can't thank you enough for, letting me into these kind of discoveries that you're making, because in my line of work, this is what it's all about, obviously. So having someone like you on the team, though a recent addition, has been very helpful, and I appreciate it. We'll just kind of have to see what comes of it, but like we're saying, I think there's a lot of moving parts right now, and now might not be the right time to strike as much as I want to. I want to make sure that when we do, it counts, and we don't give away what we know too quickly here.
You're the face of this operation. It's better with you than it is with me. I'm just your guy to get it, to get the good stuff. And
well, you got some good stuff here.
And hopefully, at this point, I'm glad that you can trust me to be your guy. And yeah.
Let's just keep the circle small for now, okay? We can obviously tell the others they've earned it, and we wouldn't be here without them, but I'm kind of done doing work for people and it giving yield that I feel obligated to share with them. I want to start making sure that what we want done in the city actually gets done. And I think a lot of that is going to come from us. So
yeah, after the night market, we're our own peeps.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Beautiful.
Cool. That's it for me.
Okay. So, with that said, I think we've all burned our time before the night market. So the morning leading to
hours later.
Yeah.
Real quick, Charlie, did you want to take a break, or did you want to just keep it going? It's totally up to you.
I mean, we can take a quick break if people need to use the bathroom or whatever. I'm absolutely okay to take a quick break. If that would be good for everybody.
I'm good to keep going, but it's up to everyone else.
Yeah, I'm good to keep going too. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure that if, we wanted to do a scheduled one, now would probably be a decent time, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we don't exactly know what else he has planned. I'll abstain my vote if anybody wants to take a break. I'm not opposed to it, but I'm not necessarily voting for it.
I'm literally good either way.
Yeah. Okay. Then
let's keep it trucking.
Let's keep it trucking. So yeah, the morning of the night market comes, and rather backing up just slightly, the evening before the night market, you all receive a message on your agents, and this may cause some of you to change your vote on wanting to take a break, because if you want to think about this, you're welcome to it. But the evening before the night market, three of you, Rook, you're I think the only person maybe who wouldn't get this because you didn't know the guy. Paradox sends you all a message, and he says, tomorrow morning over at the church, I want to do right, and I want to remember Blue. And I know we don't have anything of his really to, remember him by. We don't have an urn with ashes, don't have a body to bury. but I want to have a little memorial for him all the same. So if there's things you want to say, I've got a couple things together, got some of the people that he helped, and I want to do right by him. So, if you could all be there, I'd appreciate it. And then I know Rex probably got you guys going to his night market later in the evening. Wouldn't want to hold you from that.
Mm-hmm.
But now that we
All
have the
right.
time to take a breath, I want to take the time to bury the dead, even if it's just metaphorically.
Shoot back a thumbs up.
Yeah, same.
Nobody expects NCPD to create Robo Blue. Jesus Christ.
No.
What a terrifying concept.
Yeah, honestly.
So
Person in a way I didn't know was possible.
So, with the night kind of passing by and the next morning arriving, all of you, with the exception of Rook, head over to the church. And it has been patched up hastily. And you could definitely see the places where, fresh scars have been left in the exterior of the building, its walls, its roof. But this place is probably more full than you ever remember it being. Those of you who've been here a few times, like Celsius and Matchlight, know that typically when you're roaming through here, it's either something's just happened, and so people are there kind of reconciling with their groups or whatever, or it's a case where something had already occurred. People were there kind of licking their wounds and recuperating. Today it's packed full. It almost looks as though it's a church for the first time in maybe a really long time. And gathered, you see kind of Paradox kind of up at the front of the room as you kind of all enter. Celsius, you recognize a fair number of the people here are a mix of neighbors of yours from the Ionic Semiconductor building, and some of the other notable community members like Pan, like some of the techs, Electos there. And no one's got a care really to wear anything fancy. Most people in the district don't have anything fancy to wear. That said, as you kind of all arrive, there's this really somber mood. And actually, I do want to roll a couple things really quick just to determine exactly what the... Oh, it's going to say Peacock for these rolls. Interesting. All right. With that, I need one more roll.
Oh, it's humanity loss. That's what it is. No, I'm kidding.
So it's kind of wild, actually. So you all, it is a overcast day, and it's oddly warm, right? We're now leaning into maybe the early part of the summer or the late part of the spring, depending on kind of how you break that apart for yourself. And the wind is whipping something awful. And you enter the church, and as Paradox kind of sees you enter and says, "All right, everyone. So I had the unique privilege as..." I'm so sorry. I found another card under my chair. I had the unique privilege, as did many of you, of knowing our dearly departed brother Blue. I know many of you may have very loose, disjointed memories of Blue because of the kind of man and the business he was engaged in. Does not change the fact that the man brought a certain type of well-needed joy to this dark corner of the city. Even if it was artificial, if it was short-lived, he did what he thought was right. And I know many of you are still here today because of the things he gave you, things he did for you. And I just want us all to remember the kind of man that we lost in this senseless, bloody, brutal conflict with the city that we live in. So with that, I do want to offer up a time here for those of you who knew him best to say some words if you feel so compelled.
I'll start. And I get up and I guess I'll walk towards the podium. Is it kind of that vibe, Charlie?
Yeah, yep. And it's
Nice.
kind of the room is relatively quiet. A couple like voices murmuring, one or two of them kind of like, this is the first time anyone's really had time to even process something resembling emotions, which isn't something this part of the city does great. You kind of all know. But yeah, it's pretty quiet and somber inside. So I'm going to kill the music as a result of that. So, by all means, Connor.
So when I first met Blue, I was off put by him, and I think that's a common reaction. He had that kind of zany charm that you didn't know if it would spell ultimately your destruction or if it would just be something that is harmless and endearing. But really, it was neither. It was an extremely unique passion that he had, and he used his very peculiar and singular skill set towards something that really mattered. And I think he cared in his own way of expressing it. The things that he did were crimes of passion, so to speak. And crimes they were fucked up, but I think that's kind of why some of us here are doing what we're doing, is because we want to see more people like that be able to thrive, be able to have a home, be able to exist, and not be stomped out. And ultimately, Blue secured that he wasn't. I think he died the way that he wanted to live. And I'd like to see more of that. And I know he would too, because that's why he was fighting for it. And so for as long as I live before it's my turn, which inevitably will come, I'm just going to keep carrying that torch with a little bit less gusto, because I don't know if I can muster the same that he had, but I'll do my best for him. And it was an honor working alongside him.
Paradox kind of looks at you with kind of a look of gratitude, kind of nods at you and says, "Thank you."
Yeah. I'll just go sit down.
Mm-hmm.
So at that point, I'll see Matchlight sit down. I'm not going to bother going up to the podium. I'll just sort of stand and be like, the man was at first my neighbor, second a runner, and third a friend. One of the only people I've ever seen who could put smiles on so many people's faces, even if it was a drug-addled smile. And sometimes it wasn't really a smile at all. It was more of a grimace. But, as much as he made his enemies scream in fear and terror, he had his own unique brand of cheer to spread. And There's not another chemist in the entire world I'd rather have in a gunfight than that man. And it's been a little lonely. Not only because of his loss, but I'm sure all of you are missing neighbors, family, and friends due to the unforeseen circumstances that's left our home in shambles. But I know that Blue would want us to see us persevere, and probably with a little bit of a grin. So let's keep pushing forward, huh? Now let's sit down.
And you kind of see Paradox for a moment there, like he's wiping at something in his eyes. The wind's pretty bad today. Thank you.
Is there like a podium, I'm assuming?
Yeah, there's like a makeshift sort of, yeah. Podium might be a little bit much to call it, but yeah, there's like a spot near the front, kind of where Paradox standing, that where Matchlight would have been speaking from. So you would probably feel compelled to go there if you wanted to walk to the front.
I'd like to walk up there, and in my arms I have my fur coat, still with the boot print.
Mm-hmm.
And I walk up there and I say, you know, there was a time when I thought I'd met the best people for all kinds of jobs. I met chemists who could create some of the most fantastical chemicals this city has ever seen. That all changed the day I met Blue. Blue not only was a prodigy in his field, but he also did it with a passion that is almost infectious. He didn't just take pride in his work, he took joy in it. It's something I could learn from him. There was also a few times where he frustrated me, and I point to the footprint. This was when he climbed on my back to, I forget even what we were doing. It was silly, but I'll never forget what he said to me. I'll make it up to you with some synth coke. And that was interesting to me, but it left a mark on me. And I think after knowing the guy, I think I'm a better person for it. And with that, I think for as long as I live, then I think Blue is truly immortal. And I'm going to, is there like a statue somewhere or some sort of like effigy?
Yeah, I mean, there's like broken down, kind of crumbling statues near the front that are probably some old Catholic saints that are so kind of disfigured by now that you probably can't tell one from another. Not well, at least, without kind of being part of that faith in the first place.
Right.
But yeah, I
Well,
mean, they exist in the front there if you want to do something with them.
Yeah. I'm going to walk up there and I'm going to say, I think sometime in the past these were saints or something. But I hope one day that Blue is remembered in a similar fashion. I'm just going to lay the fur coat there and walk away.
Shit. And yeah, at this point, you could just see Paradox, like, tears are running down his face. Like, he can't really hold that in anymore. And as you kind of walk back and take your seat again, Sugar Bomb stands up. And she just says, I didn't know him long, but what I knew of Blue, this man was an artist. And I don't know that the city, the people that took him from us, would appreciate the kind of art he did. I think they wanted to see what they wanted to see in it. They wanted to twist it to their own ends. And I am ashamed that I am the reason that happened. That some of you have suffered because of it. And while I am certainly not entirely to blame, got all kinds of entities within the city, NCPD, Biotechnica, King Tao. The reports are coming out every day telling us exactly how fucked up the situation is. That the little people here just aren't cared about by the fuckers that want to just push us down the corpse. I want to remember Blue. It's not just that artist, but a man with vision, a man who saw the future, and he wanted to take that for himself. He wanted to be big enough to be remembered, and he wanted to do great things with the little life he had. And she kind of rests a hand on the jacket now that's kind of laid there, that it's kind of taken to be like the one tangible sign that Blue is here. And she just says, Chumba, you mattered. And we ain't gonna forget you. And with that, she starts wiping her eyes and walking back. She says, this city's gonna be darker without you in it. And I just hope that those fuckers that took you from us pay something fierce before it's all over. And with that, there are several other kind of eulogies and things that rotate through the next 30 minutes or so. Different neighbors testifying to the times Blue gave them a dose for free or something. The things that you wouldn't think would maybe feature at a typical funeral or memorial, but that for these people, one or two of them just say, you know, he gave me something when I was sick, and it helped me feel better for a little bit, and that got me through a really dark place. And even a few of them saying, I don't know if I'd still be here if he didn't give me what I needed in the times that I needed it. And when it's all said and done, the room starts filing out and there's not a lot of dry eyes left. And the wind picks up and all of you feel that kind of, I hesitate to call it familiar because it might not be super familiar for some of you, but you smell that crackle of ozone. And in the air above you, it hurts. Thank you so much. It hurts and it's oddly beautiful. You see this blue spark in the sky, and you kind of know, you want to believe it's blue. You really know it's the radiation blowing out of the hot zone. And you probably hurry back inside as quick as is convenient for you. Each of you that are here, so Celsius, Matchlight, and Peacock, you all lose 4 health as this happens because it is radiation, and none of you are protected from it. But there's a certain beauty in that. Like, could you get caught by a stray that blew through? Yes. But god damn it if it wasn't beautiful. So with that, do we need to take a break, team?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I wouldn't mind a moment to decompress after that.
Yeah, no, I hear that. I'm right there with you. All right, everybody, we are going to take a couple minutes here to kind of decompress and to maybe have a moment for us to kind of privately talk so that we can kind of work through some of that. That's heavy shit, but we'll be back in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. Hey everyone, it's Emmerron here. I just want to thank you for watching the show here on YouTube. Like and subscribe, and go follow us over on Twitch, you gonk. We do a live show over there. We even chat with you after it's done. So come and join us Mondays, 7 p.m. Arizona time. See you there in the dark future tunes. All right, everybody, we are back. We are collected. We are not crying anymore. I was really fucking close to doing it myself. My voice kind of cracked there, I caught. And I was like, yep, I think I need the break just for me to decompress and also eat a little bit of food, which does help. So welcome back, everybody. So on the other side of this ceremony, the windstorm lasts for a few hours. It's gone before the night comes, and the clear skies above Night City kind of return. And so you all find your way over back to, or maybe you're just there kind of when it starts, because the night market's taking place outside of Purgatory. Rex is the one running it, but you kind of see as you arrive from whichever way you're coming, the various leaders of the combat zone that were all kind of involved in the previous effort. They're all kind of there. Their different gangs are all there. The Andersons, the Tiger Claws, Rex's crew from one block, smaller in number, though definitely probably the best dressed and best armed. And then, of course, there's Paradox, his crew, and you kind of sit somewhere in the middle. You've kind of made different alliances, or at the very least temporary pieces, with most of these people. All of them kind of regard you with respect, knowing that without you guys, this very possibly would not be happening, right? The ability to celebrate some peace. So as we get into things, I know this is kind of shopping part 2. But you all have seen the manifest on what is there at the night market. So we can kind of run through it real quick, because I'm not going to go way off the deep end about it like we did at the start. What is everyone looking at from the night market menu?
I'll let others go first.
I can beat up the time. I already know what I want.
Cool.
So first off, walking through, we're going to take a look at the gun stand, and we are going for what's the company that makes it? It's Midnight something. Made a note. The Midnight Arms Beast Shotgun.
The Beast. Oh, that's fun. All right. Beast Shotgun. Yes. Exotic, holding 40 rounds, requiring body 10 or higher. When fired, or the user will suffer the consequences. Not good consequences. Cool. So that'll be 1,000 heads for that.
Okay, I'll get that marked off separately, because the next one is going to involve some humanity loss.
Okay, so I will go ahead and add the beast to your sheet real quick. So it has been added.
Cool. Ed subtracted.
Bet.
Now, I want some shielding for internals and Borgware, please.
All right. Each of those, I believe, because the Borgware one I know costs 1,000.
Yeah, they're both 1,000, and they're both a 46 humanity loss.
Bet. All right. And you're installing these on, I assume, your linear frame, and then the other one's just an internal installation, right?
Yep.
Very cool. Go ahead.
So,
I believe they should be in the system, so you can add them to your sheet and install them.
Cool. I'm going to deduct the eddies real quick.
Totally.
For shielding. Hardened shielding Borgware. And hardened shielding internal. Whew, I'm getting shaky. Roll 46. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's
below
low
average.
Yeah, this flat average. I'm happy with that. I count averages 3s because I like to look on the bright side.
No, that is below average, because 14 is technically the average for 46. So
It's okay, it balanced. I'm
Yep.
still good though. I'm down to 18.
Yeah.
We are now below 2. So I probably should have gotten heavy therapy because he is definitely thinking about what happened at the PD a little bit more and kind of a little more focused. But yep, that is all of my money.
Beautiful.
Now wait a minute, Ghost. You said you would buy me something out of game. It's okay.
Well, that's fine. You got a You got a bonus too. You still have 2,000 to work with, so you can still get yourself something shiny.
Well, I have 1,000 to work with, and luckily both things I want are 500.
Oh, nice.
If you don't mind, I'll go ahead and go next.
Go ahead.
So I do have a question for you, Charlie. On the topic of, I can find it here. So the Reflex coprocessor, does that still allow me to dodge when wearing flak weight armor?
It does. Basically, if you would, because the only thing that flak or heavier armor in general, the only thing that it does to make it so you can't dodge bullets is it drops your reflex below 8. So as long as you have a coprocessor, you can still dodge even when your reflex is below 8.
Fantastic, because I really like my fancy flat coat, and I'd like to use it more often, but I like to be able to dodge bullets too. So I think the first thing I'm going to go pick up is the processor.
Cool. Okay. So, and you already have a Neuralink. Beautiful. All right.
Sure do.
Yep. So go ahead and deduct the 500 eddies, and the coprocessor should be in the server already.
Sure.
And Ghost, I just want to throw this your direction in case you didn't see it from Prepperjack. Prepperjack just wanted you to know that with the humanity loss you suffered tonight, it says with your rolls, that's only 10 weeks of therapy to get that back. So.
Oh, he might be away at the moment.
It's okay.
Oh, I was muted. I was saying, yeah, I did roll a 1 and a 3 on my humanity gain, and then flat average, and then triple 5s on the next one. So, his scales are kind of tipped. It's fine though. He needs to get upset to become a true edge runner. I feel like this is gonna cause a character shift.
It's fair.
Oh boy, 4d6. This is going to be fun. I guess I can technically install this here, right? There's somebody here probably to rip this right in.
They have a Ripper dock on site to help with any Chrome that would be installed.
Whee!
That's average.
Yeah. It's also putting me exactly where I was before therapy. Hooray!
Hey, you know what? Once a little cyber psycho, always a little cyber psycho is my motto.
I was in a better mindset for the memorial service, and that's all that mattered.
Fair.
And then next, I'd like to go over to the melee weapons booth and pick up something a little fun.
Yeah.
How about a pursuit security bouncer?
A pursuit security bouncer. I know about that one. That's the one with the taser in it, right?
Yeah, it's a taser and a microwaver.
That was fun. All right, hell yeah.
Like FBCs.
No, yeah, I'm sure you don't, and they hate that one. So yeah, I mean, they've got it. I've said before, if it's here at the, if it's in the market, you're here.
So yeah, no, I will grab one of those fancy things, and with that, I'm gonna start thinking about the fact I need to pay rent, and I'm probably gonna go see what everybody else is up to.
Beautiful, yeah. So just take the 500 off your sheet if you haven't already.
Yep.
Oh, real quick, if I could, I forgot to buy ammo for the shotgun because I forgot I haven't had one on Rook yet.
Yogurty, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. So, what kind of ammo were you looking to buy, by the way?
Slugs.
Slugs.
Just basic slugs.
Okay, cool. They're, typical 10 for 10 eddies for 10 bullets. So
Cool. I will spend 80 then. That way I can have 2 full loads.
beautiful. All right. Next up, because Cody, that you said that was the end of your list.
Oh yeah, that's it. I only had money for 2 things, so we're good.
Bet. All right, Connor, you are next. What do you want?
Okay, so all the little thingies I wanted, I'm gonna buy.
Sure.
So let me do that.
I might. Well, you added the glove, right? You said.
I forgot to, but I'll do it right now.
It's okay. Yeah. I don't expect we'll need it this session. So
Yeah.
even if we have to do it between sessions, it's fine.
For sure. And then yeah, the Daimler Extra Dex Smart Glove was also there, I think, right? Didn't we say that Rex was able to source that for it?
Mm-hmm.
Good. What about a sleep arrow?
Those are there. Yeah.
Awesome. Cool. That's me.
Beautiful. So last but not least, Nyla.
Righty then. So let's just kick things off, and let's go. I'm looking for a bodyweight suit, so that'll be 1,000 eds.
Yep. And yeah, they've got them. Like you
Alright.
see this night market, just to give you a description, by the way. It's set up in an alley just next to the hotel. And there's just a huge variety. This is probably the busiest night market any of you've seen, at least for quite some time. With all kinds of different nomads of different clans. You see some from Sea Nomad clans, some from out past the Badlands. That a lot of their routes were kind of fucked by the way the NCPD was barricading things. So like some of these stores look like they maybe been sitting on them for quite some time. You can see like the relief on their faces kind of as you're buying stuff because they're like, yes, I've been looking to get rid of this for so long.
Yeah, and then so in addition to that, I'm also gonna buy. I'm gonna spend 100 eddies. I'm gonna get hardened circuitry.
Okay.
And in addition to that, I'd also like to spend 80 eddies for very heavy pistol ammo.
Cool. That'll be 80 rounds of basic.
Perfect. I can speak. Perfect.
Yeah.
And okay, so that's all deducted. Is there anything else I want? Let me just have a once over. I think that should be pretty much it. Yeah.
Beautiful. So
Yep.
you all kind of finish your purchases, get to the kind of the point where those of you who installed Chrome, you get done with those surgeries. Those of you who've just been purchasing stuff, you kind of find everything you need. And Rex sends you a message, probably somewhat near the end of kind of your shopping and such. It just says, whenever you're done, meet me back at the Purgatory, back in that conference room we've been using. There's a few things that I think need to be discussed, both so we can evaluate where we've come from, celebrate our success, and then see where we're going.
So yeah, I'll just I'll respond and say yes, but I'm gonna try to find Peacock on the way back, and just sort of follow him. And as we're walking up to go meet with Rex, I'll sort of reach out and give him a handshake with my right hand and go, "Hey man, it's nice to see you again."
And you come up to Peacock and you notice a few things are a little different with him. He has a chromed arm and his eyes are looking, a little more cyber than before. It's like Oh, what's up, dog? What's up, dude? Where you been?
The question is, do you accept the handshake?
Yeah. And I bring you in for a hug.
So
I'm
as soon as
Mhm.
your hand clasps mine, I'm deploying the taser.
Oh, you fucker.
But yeah, no, it's in jest. I'm not going for a kill
You're not
striker.
going for full power. Yeah, you're just kind of adjusting it on the low setting, and you feel
Yeah.
something just a little stronger than your average like joy buzzer zap as you touch his hand.
Yeah, and you just hear like a little yelp. Yeah, like someone got a really bad static shock.
You're not the only. You're not the only who has new toys.
No, I'm not, aren't I? Hey, crazy question actually while I have you here. You think anyone here will buy those Biotechnica samples we have?
That's something to probably talk to Rex about. He knows everybody that's here.
Yeah. Maybe. And I'm gonna fling do you know well actually do you want to take it to him in person?
I mean, yeah, you can just, if you have it on your person, you can hold on to it. I don't want that anywhere near me.
Yes, sir.
Because the samples, remind me, were those ones you'd gathered from the...
It was from the Biotechnica site it was the very first thing we did with me.
It was the one where we killed the Netrunner.
Yeah.
I get you. Okay. Yep. No, I know what you're talking about now. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, as you
Well,
all...
we're gonna...
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say we're meeting Rex anyway, so we can go take care of that then.
Yep.
Yeah,
So...
But sorry.
No, you're totally fine. Anyone else have anything before we go to meet up with Rex?
No, sir.
No, I'm good.
Beautiful. All right. So you all head back to the hotel, to this side kind of conference room. And the usual suspects are there. As you walk in, Rex is kind of already at the head of the room and he says, the men of the hour, please sit. And he already has in front of him, you're now noticing a small flute of something like slightly golden and bubbly. Almost kind of out of place because this is not a fancy spot. A couple of gangers on the side that are not dressed in any kind of fancy business wear or anything, pour you all each a glass of this same sort of liquid. And he says, I want to offer a toast to the runners without whom our plan would not have been successful. And by now the NCPD would likely have bulldozed this location. So to all of you, thank you for what you have done. And everyone else kind of raised their glass to you and knock back the drinks in them.
Sure, we're just trying to fit in. He'll drink.
Sure.
I'll watch everybody drink theirs, but then I'll sort of just say, stand up and say, I wasn't part of the gig, but this one's for all the fallen friends and family that the, NCPD is doomed.
And more somberly this time, a couple of them kind of nod in your direction. And then Matchlight
You were there in my
Peacock, do you...
heart, Chum.
Yep. And do you
I'm gonna
two drink as well? Beautiful.
I feel paranoid.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna, not drink.
Fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
You would hope so. Paranoia. Alcohol.
Yeah. None of you who take a drink suffer any adverse effects. It's actually quite good. this appears to be something that Rex has brought out special for the occasion, because some nice, slightly sweet champagne that he's poured in each of your glasses. And those of you who are maybe versed even a little bit in alcohol might know that this is something that like would be fairly expensive. We're talking this bottle that he's giving you is probably 1,000 eddies minimum. So that being said, after everyone's kind of downed their glasses that is drinking, Rex says, now, with this out of the way, let's talk about what comes next. Because the NCPD is out of the way. And I want to see the future that we've worked so hard to seize for ourselves fully embraced. Paradox, the old combat zone has been yours for a long time. We would not take that from you. However, if I may be so bold, I have a old club in the Glen that has been sorely neglected thanks to the NCPD and their interference in this over the last half year or so. So unless others in the room would like to dispute that claim, which would be deeply wounding to me and my organization personally. And Rex says this with like a sort of suaveness, but there's an edge to his tone and like a look in his eye that match like you in particular being like very perceptive of body language catch. And that glance you kind of notice is directed firmly in Shinobu's direction. I'll be taking back my territory. Now, petty land squabbles aside, we have not had a proper chance to talk since you all came back from the precinct and had your little squabble, shall we say, with the people inside. Was there anything you learned that would be helpful or important for us to know as we move forward?
So, when we were in the facility, we garnered access to some documents and information that spells out a little bit of what's brewing. But that being said, I'm young, but even just in the few short months I've been in this game, I've kind of learned that sometimes you got to play your cards close to your chest. So respectfully, I'm going to decline the offer to share any of this information in front of so many people. And I reserve the right to hold on to it until I choose to disperse it once I find someone who I think has the interests in mind that share a common goal with me and hopefully this crew, of course, I'm speaking on behalf of as well. As I know we are all like-minded, but I honestly, with no disrespect intended, don't know where any of your hearts are. Only the schemes and scenarios that you come up with in your mind. So I feel like I don't know you. And I'd love to change that. My door is always open.
And Rex kind of like solemnly nods at that. Says, much as I'd like to say I deeply appreciate your honesty, it's, I'll admit, disappointing to hear that you know a little something we don't. Especially if it could help us, but your reasons are your own. I can respect that to a degree, I suppose. What of the rest of you?
I'll sort of
It's
look around. I'll sort of just look around and go, hey man, it's up to him, but I mean, I'm along for the ride. Whoever decides to tell me what to do, as long as I get paid.
Yeah, I didn't learn much. I spent most of my time watching the door.
I agree with Matchlight. We don't know exactly what's at stake here, and until we can ascertain the information that is needed to move along in a manner that is not only productive but is safe for both parties, we think it's best to keep the things we know to ourselves.
Very well. Choices are yours to make. We will not fault you for it. At least I won't. Again, another knowing glance over at Shinobu. Well then. That being said, I believe our path lies in ensuring that the NCPD does not muster their forces and come back slamming against our walls anytime soon. So I'm sure as we better develop our plans, our motivations, and the things that must be done to secure a future, we will be in touch. But seeing as no further information is to be gleaned, you're all free to go.
I nod, but I kind of, well, I have my mask on at this point actually, so, I'll look at Rex and my, like, little, helmet will flash, like, Uno Memento or something like that, just kind of subtle to him. Yeah.
And he is up at the head of the room, so like no one else would be able to see it if you're directly
right. Yeah, because I'm like parallel to everyone else.
Yeah,
they're not like facing me head on. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so you're just kind of pointing out toward the outside or something as you kind of glance up at him.
No, I just kind of like I think I'll just have the mask just say like hold back for a moment, please, or something of that sort. Yeah.
Beautiful. So the rest of the leaders kind of exit the room, with Rex kind of being the final one to start moving toward the exit. And he looks at you and says, "There's something you want to talk to me about personally?"
I think, based on the glances you're giving Shinobu, I hope that you don't take kind of what we're choosing to do here as a sign of disrespect. In fact, out of anyone, I really have the most respect for you. Although, the methods that you and that crew came up with half a year ago are, extreme. Your heart is in the right place for sure. And that's, like I said before, kind of what I'm looking for. I think, honestly, and I don't want to speak for anyone else, but I'd be interested in doing business with you, of course, but getting everyone so involved, I know it's a group effort. I know what we're up against is large, but maybe you could just tell me how you feel once we start giving you a little bit of info about sharing it, given the sensitivity of it, because it is of a very sensitive nature.
And with that, Rex kind of glances out, says, "Come with me. I have a place we can talk a little more privately." And he leads you and anyone else in the group who wants to follow toward the elevators at the back of kind of the club.
I'll tap Match on the shoulder and say, "Mind if I tag?"
Yeah, I mean, let's all go if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay. So you all... Oh, I'm sorry, Cody. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I was just gonna say, as we get in the elevator, also I'd want to get Rex's attention about the Biotechnica samples.
Gotcha. And Ghost, are you following as well at this point?
Oh yeah, sorry, I was listening, but I had to step away for a second.
Oh, you're totally fine. No, absolutely. So, as you all walk to the back into the elevator, and it ascends, it keeps kind of going up until it hits the very top, where what would normally be like a penthouse or other kind of suite kind of unfolds before you. Rex simply looks at you all and says, "One of the many safe houses that I tend to use from time to time, like any edge runner. Before I had everything I have, I was one of you. So understand, when I speak with you, I speak not as someone who thinks he is owed anything or is better. I'm just more experienced. So please, if there's something that I should know about, I don't trust some of the others. Shinobu probably least of all. I've already had my people scan the room. There are no bugs. Which is why I'm confident that whatever you tell me here is going to remain entirely between us. So please feel free to speak openly."
I'm sorry. Before anyone does anything, I can scan the room and he wouldn't notice, right? Because of my virtue eyes.
You can.
I'd
That's
like to
crazy.
Yeah, go ahead, roll it.
Eyes. That's so pizzle.
do that. Mm-hmm.
That's really cool.
Is there no nodes?
Roll me scanner.
All right.
Time to dive into Rex's personal net.
Mm-hmm. So
He could.
Peacock, you scan the room, and there's one node directly kind of overhead from you. There is a security camera. The node is active, though the camera, as you kind of glance up to it, does appear to be off. Does not appear to be active at the moment.
But so the camera's off, but the net is.
Yeah, the it's like it's on standby or something similar, low power mode.
I'll let them do their thing, and while they're talking, I'll do whatever I'm doing. But let's get the talking going.
Okay. So yeah, Rex again, has just said, please feel free to share openly and honestly anything that you wish to share. It's private within the confines of this space.
So we've already seen one fixer turncoat, because the type of people we're dealing with right now, they can motivate you to do things based off of fear of what they can do if you don't. So I'm quite confident that obviously that hasn't happened to you yet. I'm quite confident that whatever attractions that they might try to spin on you to betray not only this crew, obviously, but the operation in its entirety, you just seem like you have a little bit more idealism in you than that. So I respect that. And in the spirit of that, you tell me how you feel, because I feel like this, I'm young, like I said, I'm not as experienced, but this might be a big one for you. We're being pursued right now by a new player in town, stemming off of the long kind of the long and complex kind of strand of individuals and corporations that are all tied up in this. So of course, of NCPD. We learned kind of earlier on that we didn't know how it fit into the puzzle pieces about the FIB's involvement in this. And now we have a subsidiary, K Corp, if you know anything about them. They're purchasing land that then has hits happening on it. Hits such as the Charlie, sorry, real quick, above table. What was the factory again?
The factory where
Like there was a factory that got hit.
You mean the conductor building? My building?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
yeah, that was
Yeah.
a housing area. Yep.
Right. And so conveniently, they're purchasing this land kind of as these attacks are coinciding, and because seemingly they know that they're breeding grounds of, are kind of places where it's good to have a foothold, and places that kind of matter to us a lot, in terms of our ability to, run this operation. So we can't fully deconstruct it yet. We're kind of in the preliminary phases of analyzing it, but all the same, that's kind of what we're up against.
K Corp. I'm gonna roll something for him. The name rings a bell. Where have I seen them before? There was a time, maybe a year ago, something similar happened. There was a block south of the ones that I control that fell just outside of what I could reasonably be expected to protect. And the NCPD came down on that place hard. I should have known then that they would do the same thing to your neighborhood. I didn't expect them to get quite as ambitious as they did get, as quickly as they got there, but that's beside the point. What happened was they went through 4, maybe 5 Conapt complexes, old rundown things from before probably even the corporate war. They ransacked them, ousted all the tenants. They painted it as just neighborhood enforcement, drugs, violent crime, however they painted it. It doesn't matter. It's all bullshit. You all know that at this point. They burned those places to the ground. And what sits in their place now is the beginnings of a mega building. Now, I remember hearing and getting through my contacts some of the purchasing agreements so I could figure out a strategy to prevent exactly this from happening. So I made a couple friends, shall we say, in the NCPD. Some people that maybe your friend here knows. They made sure that when things got discussed, land being taken over, none of it came my way. However, I can safely tell you that I do know who owns the plot that mega building is being built on. It's a man by the name, goes by the name at least, Mr. Kernigan. There was a man in the city more powerful than me, he's it. Short of a corporation or a government, he's probably the single most powerful man in all of Night City. Now, I don't know if K Corp is one of his or a subsidiary, but the name certainly doesn't fall far away. It's seemingly anything but subtle. And if he has eyes on something, you think I can get what I want. That man has ways even I don't have. Back channels, fixers, edge runners, top of their class, best of the best. And he always gets what he wants. City makes sure of it. People that work under him make sure of it. Because the one thing he has that none of us seem to get our hands on enough of is information. As far as I know, he has the city by the balls. Every single one of the people running it is dirt on all of them. So, if I'm right, meet your new enemy.
There's a chance that he doesn't know that we know who he is and that he is our enemy. So now might be a good time to use that to our advantage. The element of surprise only comes once.
What do you propose?
I don't know, we've been running these big ops lately and we're not bad at them, to be honest. So if we can get a little bit of dirt on him, have someone of your caliber who knows how to cover your tracks, and of course Peacock can help you if needed from the net side of things. Get any info as to where he is so we can ask him a few questions and see what his angle is, see what he really wants out of this. Shut it down before it even gets started. That would just be another thing that we can celebrate. Keep on with the momentum. But we do have to consider the fact, of course, and hopefully your web of contacts, as well as, again, mine, as I do have a few. I'm fed some rumors here and there, and Peacock's ability to delve into things from his angle. I wouldn't want to be in a reverse trap. So
I agree.
I know we don't want to fuck around with this guy at all, so we definitely want to make sure that we know what we're walking into.
Mm-hmm.
And be subtle about the research that we conduct.
If I
Peacock.
may.
Yep.
As far as I can tell, the way you describe this guy, we're just ants to him.
It's not far
But-
from the truth of it.
But I think he underestimates how much we know as well. The only thing that can squash information is information. And I know I have contacts as well, runners in the city. If Mr. Kernigan has worked with anyone, there's a high likelihood that I've run into them. And Mr. Kernigan, if my name gets around, might want me. So, something to consider.
You're proposing becoming an inside man.
I'm proposing doing a job, but for a man that just so happens to be Mr. Kernigan.
Interesting. What do you think
Just a
you
job.
have? What do you think that you have that he would want? A man who is everything.
Attention.
That is the one thing he doesn't have. Because he, seemingly wants to make it so that people don't know about him. And
Everyone knows about me.
everyone knows about us, yep.
I've been to Short Circuit. People there seem to know who I am. People over there know Mr. Kernigan, or have they at least worked to him. Networking. That's how the fixers do everything, right?
That's how we do most things. Dirty work, though, that's bribes. It's clandestine transactions between different parties.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And if we also want to talk about things materially that we have that he doesn't, as far as I'm aware, we're the only ones that know the things he's up to.
And if we were to spill the things he's up to the public, well, they've already shown that they'll show up.
Is your net
If-
architecture safe, by the way? Did you check that?
I had one of my runners come through here earlier. They made sure that thing has stayed quiet.
Okay.
So if Peacock were able to garner information enough that we were able to, make a clear tie with evidence, and portray it to the public about how he is involved in this, then honestly, even though it kind of ruins some of the subtlety of what we've been doing up to that point, it would incite the wrath of enough people that we could just have an NCPD Precinct 1 situation all over again. And then again, just kind of this time not get hit, not get blindsided, not let them even take a turn on the board, just wipe them out entirely before it's an issue. So I like the idea. I think it's risky. I, hope you come back from it.
Are
But
you? So let me make sure that I understand this. You're proposing that if we don't act, that precinct number 1 could just happen again, what, with another one of the precincts? Or are you suggesting we just collapse the NCPD, or are you suggesting something else?
sorry, I'm speaking in metaphor, but in essence, what we did with NCPD Precinct 1, where we were able to burn it to the ground and cripple them, well, maybe that's what we ought to be doing with this new fellow, Mr. Kernigan. But again, we gave our enemies a little bit too much wiggle room last time, and they were able to hurt some people that we cared about and kill some people that we loved. And I'd like to avoid that entirely. So I think we should just take the info that we have, that they may, even if they do know that we have it so early that now is the time to do something quickly before this evolves into something more bloody than it has to be. And so what we can do is we send Peacock in. However it needs to happen, Peacock can get fucking biosculpted. I mean, who knows? And Peacock gets, in the inside, starts to get some information for us. We leak the information. We show up with an angry mob. We burn it to the ground. Round 2.
Well, I think based on what you guys have said, we already have enough information to just release and sync some of the things that he's tied to, as long as we can actually tie him to K-Corp in some way. But side point, we could, since we do have that info, which we're pretty sure we're the only ones, we lure him out into a shady back alley deal to buy it off of us, and then we snatch him from that, sit him down somewhere quiet, and ask him a few more enlightening questions.
It's a direct approach, but I think, let me put it this way. We need one final step with the information that we have. We have the hard part. We just need a way to conclusively tie Mr. Kernigan to K-Corp if the two are related. And then we publish a story. We
watch a corporation just buckle under its own weight and the head of it just be cut off.
Exactly. And then we lure him into a back alley.
Well, your media buddy's camera, that makes a great, I bet it would make a great headline for a non-video confession.
This is true.
Yep. I'd be excited to cross that bridge when we do arrive.
Well, so that I don't know any more than I have to, I'll supply you with a couple of bits of information. First, the club that Kernigan operates out of is an old storied bar within the city, an ancient sort of club, you might say, called the Atlantis. It's where many a good gig has started and ended, and more recently it's been the sort of place you find suits looking for high-end edge runners. Exactly the sort of place a man like Kernigan absolutely loves to have control of. So if you're looking to have an audience with the man, my bet is that that's where you'll find him. How you get inside, well, that could present itself as a sort of problem. You might be big, but I assure you that the kind of people who typically make themselves regulars at a place like that, they want more than just that. They want assurances. They want vetting. It means other people that they trust give your names over to them first.
Well, there's one way we could circumnavigate that entirely, which would be, I was half joking about the biosculpting idea, Do you
Good,
know
I'm not
anyone?
doing that. Oh, shit.
It can always be undone. Because if we can get, presumably you, unfortunately, Peacock, to be biosculpted like someone who has security clearance and who he trusts quite a bit, then we could just completely skip the step where we have to earn a meeting with our enemy, which he would be very suspect of from the beginning. So that could do, that could do us some favors.
Let it be known that if you, obviously, I let you plan your own gig, handle it in whatever way you think is best, but in the spirit of being transparent and open about the information and things I can provide, I do happen to have someone who owes me a small favor, and I could potentially buy you into that for a gig. And you may have heard her name, but there's a woman who owns a different club, north side of the city. Perhaps you've heard of the Afterlife. The woman who owns the
Rogue?
place, Rogue. She owes me. And while I wouldn't dare impose upon her on all of your behalf, certainly she would see value in people who are responsible for bringing down the NCPD. And my bet is she'd be willing to trade a favor for a favor. You impress her, she'll get you vouched in front of Kernigan. You've got your in.
You think she can do that though? Kernigan being obviously allied with the people who were adamantly and publicly against?
Not everything the Afterlife does is distasteful to corpse. They're kind of the meeting ground. They're where that underbelly that we see here in the combat zone meets the upper crust. Where the
No,
two
but everything
meld.
we do is distasteful to corpse. I mean, we literally slander them publicly with great conviction. So why would Kernigan want to meet with us?
He may not want to meet with you, the truly public face of all of this, but your netrunner? Only people I hear talking about him are the exact people that are here in the room, the people that were downstairs, the neighbors, the people that died. I mean, all the little people. They're the one who know him. Someone big like Kernigan, I'd be surprised. Sure,
You
there's
said it yourself, he's a step above you. So
he's a step above
he-
me, but
I wouldn't be so sure that we'll see. We'll find out. I mean, it's definitely worth entertaining the conversation with Rogue.
certainly. I said I would give you the information, and now I have. So as far as I'm concerned, I've done all I can for you and fulfilled my end of that bargain. Just know,
As far as
just know that if you are able to truly tear apart the empire Kernigan has built, he's a long time been a thorn in my side. Should you be able to remove that thorn, well, I can be exceedingly grateful. You'll never have to worry about food or housing or provisioning or whatever it is you want to do pretty much ever again, unless you seek to simply surpass me, in which case we might have to have a different kind of discussion. And he kind of like glances down his side where his firearm is. Otherwise, we can all end it on good terms, be good friends, and simply walk off into the sunset, all of us the richer and better for it. The rest of your days will be gilded, happy, and well-fed days.
I'm gonna go ahead and hear this, and I'm gonna say, I'm excited to meet Rogue, and I'm just gonna leave. I'm not interested in what he's talking about.
Fair.
All right.
So if we're all
Well-
leaving,
Yeah, go ahead.
oh no, I just want to confirm first. We're all getting ready to head out, and it sounded like you're going to say something on your way out.
ER. I just feel like, yeah, we'll be in touch. I'll let you know if I figured anything, and I hope you do the same. But thanks for the information
Absolutely.
and for your vote of confidence in us.
Absolutely. Like I said, I have confidence. Runners like you don't come around often. When they do, and as competently as you all are at doing what it is you do, I just think that those sorts of traits should be well rewarded. But yeah, take your lead, do as you wish. Make sure that you really understand what it is you're jumping into here. It's the deep end of Night City.
Hmm.
Above all, though, happy hunting. Whatever your mark should be.
He said the thing.
He said that.
I'll just nod.
I
and,
could not throw it in there at the end. You kidding
Right,
me?
exactly, yeah. I'll just nod and start to make my exit.
Okay, so I'm kind of split off from everybody, or else I'm going to step away and make a call because I want to call Xavier.
Okay. He picks
Call
up
him and... Go ahead.
and he says, "What is it, Rook?"
Well, I think you're going to be happy that you got me onto that PI gig because I think I just found you guys the first thing to investigate.
And you can almost hear the grin on his face over the phone. He says, "Okay, lay it on me. Do you want to do
Can't
this
tell
over
you-
the phone or in person?"
Probably better to meet in person. Where do you want to drink?
Little bar known as Garvey's just down the street from the new place. Meet there.
Yup, ETA, however far away I am from that.
Yeah, you're probably like half an hour's cab ride from there, but it's, you figure, probably not that hard to get there.
Cool. So then I'm going to hang up with him and kind of rejoin the group for a minute before I split off.
Beautiful.
So before we head out, as we're leaving, I'll sort of grab Peacock by the shirt and go, "Hey, did you forget about those samples?"
Shit.
So like, I'll motion back to Rex really quick with like a quick nod and be like, "Hey Rex, I got a little dessert for our wonderful 7-course, discussion we've just had here. Know anybody here at the night market that'd be interested in Biotechnica samples, unknown samples?"
And Rex kind of looks at you quizzically, says, "Let me see them."
I'm just gonna give him the carry-all
Yeah.
that it has.
And so he picks them up and he just, "Where'd you find these?"
Don't worry about it.
I mean, I'll just say it was on a gig we did before we lost Blue.
I think I know where you got these. Okay. There are a few buyers I can think of that might want. But just say some insurances against Biotechnica might pay well for this. See what I can do. Leave them with me. I'll contact you as soon as I find out what I can get for them.
Sounds good to me. Eddies are Eddies.
Beautiful. All right, guys. Anything else?
That's it for me.
Yeah, I'm all good.
Sounds like
Beautiful.
we're all kind of splitting up.
Yep. All right. So, with that, I'm going to have Rex roll us just one more roll here. Let me see there's a streetwise. Jesus Christ, Rex, are you in like Jesus? Let me gonna have him support his own role here. So I'm like, there is no fucking way he's that bad at what I'm trying to have him do. There's library search. Beautiful, yeah, that's what I wanted you to do, and now reattempt that roll. With a +1. Okay, you know what? That is actually good enough for once. Jesus Christ. Okay. So, I will make a note of that on my planning document to come back to that, because that's his check to see if he can find a buyer and what he can get it for. So let me just enter that on my doc so I don't forget it. Do. Okay. Okay, beautiful. So I've got that noted down. So from here, you're splitting up Rook to head to Garvey's. The rest of you, are you going back to like where you're staying, or what's the plan?
Oh, I'm going to Short Circuit.
Going to Short Circuit. All right. It is late by now. It's about 9 or 10 p.m., but I mean, bar's still open.
Yeah, I want to drink.
You want to drink? All right. What about Celsius and Matchlight?
I'm gonna go hang out with Carpet.
Very cool.
I'll probably head back to the conductor building just to see if anything is amiss since I've been gone all day.
Okay. Celsius, roll me a conceal reveal objects check with a +2 because of your enhanced vision.
Okay. I haven't used luck all day, so I'll toss some in there too.
By all means.
Wait, what? It says total mods +2, but I'm spending luck, so I'm guessing that's working.
Yeah, so it'll be that plus your luck. Yeah, because it'll say in the roll results, luck 2, mods 2, 3. Yeah, you got it. So, so with that in mind, so you look around, worried that, something could be amiss. The building is still, by and large, relatively empty. In the daytime, cleaning crews have kind of come through, making sure that any residue from the chemical attack has been thoroughly washed away before the majority of people will return. Of course, this is your home. It's the only spot that you know that you can come back to. And as you kind of do as you will, you kind of patrol the space, you find this ever so small, about the size of a button, device tagged on the front of your container. And it just seems to be adhered to the front door with just the tiniest bit of adhesive.
Yeah, first things first. Before I even touch it, I'm going to agent up Peacock with a little photo of it and just say, hey, you know what the hell this thing is?
Electronic security tech.
Roll it.
Eh.
It's actually despite the seemingly low roll, this thing is insidious, not because it's hard to identify what it is, but because it's usually so hard to find them. This is a bug. This is the sort of thing that will just spill your secrets to whomever's listening on the other end.
It's a bug listening device.
And I'll knowing that he said that it was a listening device, I'll message back instead of calling him, and say, is there any harm in trying to destroy it?
To my knowledge, yes, sir.
It's not gonna explode or anything, but you know that the one potential info hazard it presents is that whomever's listening on the other end will know that you know that they're listening.
So what I'm gonna tell Cell is, find the most annoying, noisiest neighbor you know, and go put it like, I don't know, on their door or something. Like, just get rid of it, but I wouldn't destroy it.
Okay, so what I'll do instead is, as carefully as I can, pick it off my door or my container and go put it on Blue's.
All right. Beautiful. Yeah, you do that. It's not hard. Like I said, just a little bit of adhesive and it peels back with about the resistance of like a strand of duct tape as you pull it back. And then, yeah, you adhere it to Blue's, which is the other side of the cargo container village.
So,
and then I'll also text Celsius. Sorry.
You're fine, go ahead.
I was gonna text Celsius. Probably find a new cargo canapt. Maybe, but just a personal thing.
Me being there as long as I have, Charlie, would I know if there's any open containers that would be like relatively close to mine, but not the one they bugged that would be open?
I mean, it's hard to know right now just because of how fucked the zone has been in the last few weeks. There's a lot of new people that came in, but you also know a lot of people died in the last week or so. Since this is now 2 weeks on, in the gas attacks, a lot of people did die. So until the dust is kind of settled, you're not 100% certain which ones are empty and which ones aren't. So, and it might take another week or so before really that gets settled out one way or the other.
So what you're telling me is I have a week to crash in any of these crates that I want. So I'm going to take maybe 3 or 4 down from mine.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's open, I will open it. And if it's not open, I will attempt to open it.
Beautiful. So, as you might expect, most of these cargo containers are locked because the residents don't want people coming in there when they're not there. That said, you're one of the few people who actually goes into the building right now while it's still being cleaned. So you try the handle, it doesn't open.
Does it have an external lock?
It does. It seems to have not a padlock, but a sort of latched lock on the outside of the cargo container. It's not electronic. It's a mundane mechanical lock.
So I don't have a lock pick necessarily, but I mean, nobody else is here as far as I know. I mean, I didn't see any signs of life when I was scouting, did I?
Not really. There's maybe one or two that have kind of found their way back in, but they live up on the upper floors that were largely like unharmed by the gas attack.
All right. Well, I'll actually just take my time and try to find one that's open.
Okay. Go
As
ahead.
long as it's not near blues. That's the only goal.
Very cool. Roll me concentration. See if you can remember some of the people, some of the faces. Beautiful. So you think about it a little longer and think one floor up from the one you were just on, where the lock is. There was a container owned by someone that unfortunately you remember seeing dead out on the edges of the building after the gas attack. So it's most likely going to be empty. And if it is potentially locked, no one's going to bother you if you kind of break in.
Cool. I'll head up there then and check that one instead.
Yeah, and the door does seem to be unlocked.
Cool. Is the lock still functional or is it broken?
It's functional. It looks like it was left just slightly, not ajar in this case, but it looks like the door handle was just ever so slightly turned open.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll head in and I'm not going to head to bed just yet, but I will sort of leave the door slightly open, and since I have that enhanced vision, do I have a line of sight of Blue's container?
From inside any of these, it's gonna be hard because they're kind of laid out in like a semicircle. This one's kind of toward the center. Blues is above you. Blues is like another level up and off to your left from inside here.
Okay. Well, I'll keep an eye, if I can just sort of keep an eye, like leave the door open just enough to see down towards the gate.
Yeah, you could do that.
I'm going to stay up just for a few hours. Maybe get like half a night's worth of rest, since I'm only missing 4 HP. I don't really need to rest too much.
Sure.
But I'll stay up and see if I see anybody come in to look for that bug.
So you stay up. No one comes looking for the bug. Not tonight. You give it till about 1 a.m. No one comes looking.
All right. So I'll lock the container and actually just get some sleep then.
Yep. All right. And now, Peacock, you're just drinking at Short Circuit, right? You're not doing anything special?
Just keeping an ear out for anything,
Sure.
Yeah.
And Rook, you pull up to the front of Garvey's in the cab. Inside, through one of the windows, you already see Xavier there, sipping on some kind of brown liquor, waiting.
Yep. And just as a note, on the taxi ride there, would I have had enough time to look around on my agent and see if I could learn anything more about Kernigan to bring to him?
Go ahead and roll me a library search. You have 30 minutes when you're in the taxi, so it makes sense that you'd have enough time to try and dive a little bit. See what you can find. Hell yeah. All right. Kernigan is, as for a man as successful as he is, records on him are pretty sparse. They're pretty hard to come by. You do find a little bit. Most of it, what Rex has kind of already shared with you. The few public-facing things that are easily accessible, give some contact details for him, give you the idea, you can find him at the Atlantis. The one thing you find that Rex maybe hasn't told you already is that Kernigan specializes in a lot of ways in luxury goods. And there are a couple of things that somehow are still left up on the garden. Where one gonk-brained Thelis nomad took a photo, and behind them, in this selfie photo they've taken, is an open cargo container on a cargo ship, behind which you can easily make out the South City docks. Inside the container itself, you see a variety of opulent goods, paintings, gilded pieces of furniture. There's even a small crate with the label for perishable goods, do not open until delivered. Like, you name it, it's kind of there. So yeah, that's what you're seeing.
Ooh, okay, then before I hop out of the cab, just do our little group chat. I'm just gonna send, hey, found out something juicy about our friend Mr. K, and just kind of either send them the link to that or download it and send it to them all.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then yeah, I'm hopping out and going in to meet with Xavier.
Beautiful. And so as you sit down, bar is pretty quiet. The lighting is kind of that low, warm, sort of, kind of high-end corporate bar sort of feel. No loud music, not like your typical clubs that exist in Old Japantown. And Xavier, as you sit down, he says, all right, so what's so important? You and I are meeting 10 p.m. in the middle of a new district.
Like I said, I think I got your first thing to investigate, and I'm just gonna jot out the dude's name on my agent, and kind of face it towards Xavier and slide it to him. If I'm not, don't say his name out loud, and I need you to be the one to handle this for me. Keep it real hush hush for now. But
And
this
Xavier
guy's making some moves.
Yeah, Xavier looks down, and you see his eyes widen a bit. He looks up at you and says, people have gone missing for less, right?
That's why I'm looking into it. You with me?
And he kind of looks up at you, and you could see the apprehension in his eyes. But before he even says it, he's not going to tell you no. He says, yeah, I'm with you. I'm always with you.
Good, man. Had me worried for a second. All I need you to do, no interaction, just keep a distance, keep an eye on him. So far, we know that he likes to hang out at the Atlantis. Just need notes on where he goes, when he likes to go there, who he leaves with, what he leaves in, those kind of details.
Okay. I'll see what I can do. But you owe me. And he says that last bit with like, he means it. He's very serious when he tells you, you owe me.
Yeah, and I didn't mention it when we walked in, but I wanted to buy a beer for both of us. He's going to slam the rest of his. He's going to say, don't worry, I already owe you a few. And he's going to walk up to pay his tab and say, one more for him before I head out.
Yeah, and the bartender just kind of like nods at you, and you can see him kind of prepping the next one before you walk out the door. All right. So everybody, that's pretty much where we're going to draw this week to a close as far as the adventure is concerned. So yeah, as promised, not a single combat encounter, even if some of this is beginning to feel like combat without guns. So on the IP front, I want to award everyone 70 IP. No proper gig this week, but the role play is worth the 70 IP easily. yeah, I think that's pretty much where I'm gonna leave it. 70 IP for everybody. Great role play, really solid, and I am excited to see what we choose to do with next session here. But yeah, at that point, anyone got anything last minute here before we sign off for YouTube this week?
You know,
Thanks for tuning in, guys.
Thank
See
you
you
for-
next time.
Yep. Same, man. It's nice to see everybody in the Twitch chat. So
yeah, it's nice to see everyone here as well. We got everyone.
Very cool, guys. Well, I appreciate you guys playing as always. Those of you on YouTube, this is where it's going to be called. Again, if you want to join for Start Playing next week, we still have plenty of openings. So please, if you want to be part of that, feel free to sign up. The link should be below for you all. To my Twitch community, though I will be back, I do want to call out and thank several people, namely Prepperjack. Thank you so much for the tier 3 sub at the start. Cody, thank you as well for subbing at the start of the stream. I really appreciate it. To everyone who has rated me and followed me this stream as well, thank you all again so much. Bishi, Franny, thank you for the raids. I so appreciate it. But that is going to be where we call the recorded side of this for the week. So again, my name is Emmerron. I hope all of you have a wonderful morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Stay healthy, stay safe. Until we see you again, peace.